What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, August 19th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Ohio State has officially named its starting quarterback for their game against Texas. We've got plenty of Steve Sarkeesian sound from his Monday presser, talking about that and talking about much more leading up to this matchup between the Longhorns and Buckeyes, now just 11 days away. Plus, the Longhorns had 3 players named to the AP First Team All-America team, which is tied for the most in the country. We'll get into that. We'll ask the question, what constitutes success for the Texas football team in 2025? We've got the wild Big Ten college football playoff proposal to get into, some Dallas Cowboys injury news to talk about, some other stuff from the NFL, and maybe the dumbest thing that I've ever seen available for purchase on Amazon, and that's saying something. Oh, yeah. We got a lot to get into in the world of football and fun over the next couple of hours. We appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am great, man. Feeling great. It's a beautiful Tuesday here in Dripping Springs, Texas. The hamlet is lively and well. Bussy just went by up and down the road, grabbing the kids, taking them off to school. I do have a tip for kids in the car line. Pretty simple one today. So we'll start our Tuesday off with that. But it's nice this morning. It's not as humid as it was yesterday. A little bit of cloud covering. I don't see any rain. I thought we may get rain Thursday or Friday of this week. I'm hopefully by Friday we'll get something stirred up from what's happening out there on the East Coast, all the way up the shoreline of the East Coast, all the way up to Maine. But Hurricane Aaron is more like a tropical storm. We're not gonna get any crazy, inland water, except for maybe some creeks and riverbeds and things like that. But boy, I saw in Cape Hatteras, and there are people on the beach where they're telling them to don't go into the water because of the rip tides. They had like 70 rescues yesterday because little chubettes are running out there, jumping in the water and going out in the waves, thinking that, oh, it's okay. The waves are a little bit higher, like 6-7 feet high right now, and they're expecting to get to 10 to 12 feet high. Well, they're running out there like it's just a normal day. It's beautiful days down in the Carolinas, but they're trying to beg people, don't go into the water, don't get out there, and then you can swim it. So that riptide will suck you right out, and being obviously a lifeguard that I am, saving many a Puerto Rican's life back in Hellertown, Pennsylvania. I know about riptides and pools and things like that. I know riptides from the Jersey Shore.
A lot of riptides in the Puerto Rican pool that you worked at back in high school.
Saving kids' lives from the riptide in the pool. No, man, you got to be careful from those. I got taken out, and I was with my wife in Puerto Rico, which is such a beautiful place. And I got caught out there in one of those deals where, you stand on the sand when you go out and you think it's up to your knees, and all of a sudden you take one step and then it's over your head and you start getting sucked out there. Remember this, if you're out there in a riptide, BK, don't try to fight it. Swim sideways to it and find out where the waves are hitting, so the waves will bring you back. You don't try to fight the riptide. You'll get too tired, and then you'll become bait for Jaws, and we don't want that to happen.
Is that your tip for kids in the car line this morning?
No, my tip for kids in the car line, just simply this. Thanks to our friends at Relax the Back. Kids, I know you're headed off to school, you're sitting in the car line, and I met a wonderful family. Of course, I don't remember anybody's name, at Whole Foods the other day, Longhorn fans, former Longhorn track guy, and his son, his daughter, and his wife, and they listen to us every morning, which I looked at him and said, these kids are listening to what we talk about. He said, yep. I'm like, oh my goodness, kids. Gave a young kid a high five. I think he was going into 6th grade. But simple tips for them today. Let mom and dad know how much you appreciate what they've done for you for this summer. Let them know that you love them and appreciate what they've done for you. You probably had a great summer and you're headed back to school. I know it's all over. It's all over. But let your parents understand that you do appreciate everything that they do for you during the year, but especially this summer. The summer months are tough months. You're around. They probably took you on vacation. They let you do the things that you wanted to do this summer. Just let them know you appreciate them. Let them know that you love them and appreciate what they did for you this summer. And, it's not that you have to go around every day telling them how much you love them. They know that, but let them know. Every once in a while, let them know by telling them that you love them and you appreciate what they've done for you. So that's my tip for kids as they get ready to go back to school. Let mom and dad know how much you appreciate what they've done for you over the last couple of months here before you hit the school and then you start hating on them.
Because they're making you go to school?
Yeah, because you got to go to school and you're hating on everybody. But let them know that you had a great summer. Tell them if you had a great summer, let your mom and dad know. Hey, you know what? We did some nice things, and I appreciate what you did for me this summer.
Yeah, thanks for the vacation. Thanks for sending me
Heck
to
yeah.
summer camp with all my friends. Thanks for
me not having to go to work and you paying for everything that I wanted to do this summer. We appreciate that too.
Thanks for not charging me rent just yet.
Yeah.
I
Hey, how about
appreciate
that?
that.
Hey, thanks for the food. Hey, thanks for
Yeah.
the clothes, by the way.
Yeah, the kids are not cheap, I've learned.
No, they're
And
not.
they cost a lot, and hopefully they show you some love from time to time. So I like that. Yeah, respect your parents, show them some love for all they do for you, and it's a good idea, good reminder to the youngsters out there. I like that
Yeah,
one,
just
Buck.
just
Well
to
done.
start though, just to start your August off going into September, because the next time you'll tell them how much you love them will probably be around Christmas time. Hey, thanks for this, thanks for that. That's great. Thanks for getting this for me. This is what I always wanted. That'll be your next one. It'll take a couple months, but start it off the right way.
Yeah, I want to go back to your first tip for kids this morning because that was your second tip for kids. Your first one was the
Don't
riptide advice. And I believe you mentioned there's a lot of Puerto Ricans on the East Coast of this country.
There are
Want to
some
dive
Puerto
into
Ricans on
that?
the East Coast, yes. New
Okay.
York, Boston, Philadelphia.
Okay, so they're the ones who need to be careful for these riptides here coming up. And also, I believe you used a term that I've never heard before. I want to make sure I heard it correctly the first time you said it. Did you say chubettes a few moments
Little
ago?
chubbies and chubettes out there.
What
Boys are chubbies,
exactly is a
little girls are
chubette?
chubettes. Chubette,
Okay. Boys are
yeah,
chubbies, girls are chubettes.
yes.
So it's like a dude and dudettes
Yeah,
situation
dude and
here.
dudettes. Yeah, be careful out there.
I believe
Just
you
because 'cause you're down in
created
the
this term.
Carolinas, down in Cape Hatteras, still some of you haven't started school yet till next week. You wanna get to school safely. Don't go out there showing off.
Mm. And here's our guy Jay. I was waiting for his comment. It took you 8 minutes to call somebody fat today. Thank you very much, Coach.
I guess chubette and chubby is yeah, that's kind of a fat term, isn't it?
I think I'd rather be called fat than a chubette. It
I don't
just,
think girls like to be called chubettes anyway. That's probably not a good one.
well, I want to ask, did you invent that or is that a term that you've heard before?
Oh, that's an invention. Chubette is an
Okay.
invention.
I like that. All right. Well, maybe you can call a girl a chubette because they might have no idea what you're talking about.
I guarantee if you walked up to one, you walked up to a 12-year-old, not even a teenager yet, just 12 and said, "Hey, Chubette," I guarantee she knows exactly what you're saying to her.
Well, if you say, hey, chubette, or hey, chubette, and point right to her stomach, then yeah, she
Oh,
probably will. But otherwise, I don't know. You might be able to throw a sly dig in there, kids.
no, remember this. If you don't know if she's pregnant, don't say, "When is the baby due?" Don't ever do that. Tip for young men in the car line. Young men, period. If you don't know and she doesn't tell you, don't guess on your own ever.
Hmm.
Ever, 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 ever. I've never made that mistake. I've never that's one in my life, thank goodness, that the good Lord has blessed me with not saying ever. I've never made that mistake where when a female said back to me, "Oh, you think I'm pregnant?"
Hmm.
Or a flight attendant or somebody, at the bar or somebody at the grocery store. I've never made that comment. I never take a guess unless she puts her hand on her belly and said, "Whew, I'll be glad when this baby finally comes, and then I can say something." Until then, no.
Well, what if it's a situation where she's like, man, I can't wait for this thing to get out of me. And you're like, oh, when's it due? And she's like, oh, I'm not pregnant. I just had a giant Cabo Bob's burrito before this.
A fart. I can't wait till this. I'll say,
Yeah.
you got a fart and you're fat?
Oh, I think now, and I've never made that mistake either, and I pray that I never will. And
Don't do it. Don't
I
ever
don't,
let
I
that
don't
happen,
think,
because as long as you're on this earth, don't let that one happen to you.
I don't think I will. But nowadays with Ozempic as prevalent as it is, people
Yes.
aren't as big as they used to be. So now it almost feels safer than ever before. That if you see a bigger
No,
woman, you can assume that all
don't do
right,
it.
there's something going on inside of her.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't even take
Yeah.
that chance. That's so risky. That is such risky business. That's the and this if you're around that person, I don't care if it's for the next 10 minutes. That is the hardest 10 minutes of your life.
Uh,
If you're or and if you're in a group with that person and you're out to dinner or something, it's over with.
Oh yeah, that's a mistake you can't make with someone you know. Like if you're gonna make that
Oh,
mistake, you again don't make that mistake. But it's got to be with a random person because if that's someone you have to see like every day at the office or
oh
in your
my
group of
God.
friends, then that's dude. There's no coming back from that, is there?
Yeah, that's sort of like the mistake I made when I was at Clear Channel and I sent the text message to the wrong girl. And I
What'd you say?
love her to death, and I love her to this day. And I was in there texting because I'd had a rendezvous with somebody, and I sent something to somebody telling her I can't wait to make her a meal, and I hit send. And next thing I know, I hear these footsteps coming by the studio, and she looked through the window, and I looked at my phone. I'm like, oh my god! And I sent it to her, and right after the show, I went to her. I said, "Please, you've got to delete this immediately." She goes, "I will never ever delete this message."
Oh, what you
And
meant to send that?
and I'll tell you who it is, and you know her, but I'm not saying it on the air, but you know
Okay.
who it is. And
Did you?
beautiful, beautiful, respected young lady who lives up in the Dallas area now. Just a really good friend of mine, and we have spoke we were really kind of close and have spoke intimate things about, lives and stuff. And for some reason, I hit this and I sent this to her, and she said, "I will never delete this." I mean, never. I wonder, you think she still has that on her phone? Would she do that
Oh yeah,
and someday send that to me and hit that to me and say, "Hey, remember this?"
I'm surprised she hasn't already done that.
Dude, it was halfway between. It wasn't foul. I mean, if you're a guy, you don't think of it as foul, but you'd have to know somebody like that to think that I was like, "Oh my god, this wasn't meant." I said, "That's not meant for you." She goes, "Are you sure?" I said,
Mm.
"Please delete that right now." She goes, "I'll never ever delete this." I'm like,
So
"Oh my
she
god."
did you mean to send that to like a girl you were dating at the time, and
Yeah,
instead you
girl that
sent
I
it
had
to
had a
a
rendezvous with. That was going to
got
her.
it.
That was meant for her.
Mm.
Like next day, the morning after, or one of those deals. It
Yeah.
wasn't meant for this person who was on a Monday just going to work.
Can't wait to make you breakfast and serve it with some of my signature sauce.
Dude, that was nothing. That was nothing compared to what was said.
God. All
Man, oh
right. Well,
man. I
we'll
was so
dive into
proud.
this.
I
Go
was so
ahead.
proud of myself, and now I'm so down. Every time I think about how down I am about that. So, kids, it started out by let mom and dad know how much you love them. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the job that you do. To you and your families, thank your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
That's incredible. I can't believe the
Watch the
text you sent
riptides. Watch
was
the riptides down here in the Carolinas and New Jersey, off the Jersey
yeah.
coast.
Yeah, watch the riptides. Thank your parents. Tell them you love them, and double check who you're sending your text to. Bill
Always be
Belichick.
careful of when you hit send. Man.
Remember, Bill Belichick caused a lawsuit in the NFL. He's the reason why Brian Flores sued the NFL for racial discrimination a couple of years ago
That's why
because he
Brian Flores is about to get millions.
texted the wrong Brian. He was like congratulating Brian Daboll for getting the head coaching job with the Giants, and instead of texting Brian Daboll, he texted Brian Flores. And this was like before the Giants had even started their interview process. And that's why Flores is like, wait, I'm supposed to interview with those guys like in 2 days. I already got the job. Thank you very much. And it turned out, nope, it was sent to the wrong Brian. Way to go, Bill. And now
Having a
he's
hard time getting over these signature sauce.
the
Oh,
signature sauce. Oh yeah.
oh
Yeah.
my
If what you
goodness.
sent was actually worse than what I said, then yeah,
Yes.
I don't blame your friend / coworker for keeping that text on her phone, because that's stuff of legend right there.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Well done. All right. Plenty of sports to dive into today. A little bit off the rails, having some fun on a Tuesday show, but a lot of Longhorn football to discuss as we now sit just 11 days away from kickoff of the 2025 Texas football season. And we've got some more clarity on this Texas-Ohio State matchup. Buck, yesterday, Ohio State head coach Ryan Day officially announced that redshirt freshman Julian Sayin will be his team's starting quarterback against the Longhorns. Not a big surprise here. There was an open competition going on at Ohio State. Obviously, Will Howard was the starter last year. He's off in the NFL. It was Julian Sayin, the redshirt freshman, and Lincoln Kienholz going into his third year. They were the two competing for the job. Last year, Sayin was the backup. He played in 4 games. Kienholz played in 0. Sayin was the former 5-star recruit and the former number 1 quarterback recruit in the country in the class of 2024. To me, it felt like the writing had been on the wall for a while, and it would have been a pretty colossal upset if Kienholz was given the nod. But the intrigue, the mystery is over. There's no more gamesmanship on what Texas has to prepare for going into game week. We now know it'll be Julian Sayin making his first career starts against the Texas Longhorns 1 week from Saturday.
And he's got a little bit, and once again, he's got a little bit of experience with him. So he's been in games, so that's fine. And I don't know, the better thrower is the other dude, I believe.
No, Sayin is the better thrower.
Is he the better
Kienholz,
thrower? Was he the guy who was the runner? Because one of
yeah,
them did a lot of running when he got in some games, but doesn't have much in the throwing department. Doesn't have a lot of stats throwing the ball.
Yeah, well, neither guy has a lot of stats throwing the ball. I mean, Julian Sayin appeared in 4 games for Ohio State last year, but I'm seeing he logged 27 total snaps in those games, and he was 5 of 12 throwing the football for 84 yards and a touchdown. So that's it. I mean, that's his only year of college football, and those are his total career numbers. But Sayin is I mean, he's got the arm. He put up some ridiculous numbers in high school in the state of California. He was the Elite 11 MVP in his senior year of high school. Gatorade California Player of the Year in his senior year of high school. So he's the guy with the golden arm, and he's supposed to be the next big thing. But obviously, it's his first career start. We talk about this being a huge moment for Arch Manning. And going into his first year as the starter, he's got to play on the road against the defending champs in their house. But for Julian Sayin, his first career start ever against anybody is against the
Yeah,
number 1 team in the country and a Texas defense that may be the best in the country.
yeah, he's going to be a little jittery himself. That's for sure.
Yeah, so he's the guy who wins the gig. But no, Kienholz is the better athlete of the two. At least
Yeah,
that's
that's
what the
what I thought.
folks
Yeah,
out of Columbus are saying. But Kienholz didn't play a single snap last year. So again, Sayin
he,
was the backup, and he
so he just
actually played in the playoff last year, Julian Sayin.
he did play in a playoff game, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State, it was their first round game against Tennessee, and they were up by like 100 points
Right.
in the fourth quarter. So it was
I
mop
think
up duty.
I think he threw a touchdown in that game.
I think he did throw a touchdown in that game too. Yep. So, he got some CFP experience. I think Tennessee had most of its backups in, and that game was over. So it's obviously nothing
Sure.
like what he's going to see 11 days from now. But yeah, again, I mean, Kienholz's last appearance was the 2023 Cotton Bowl, and he looked horrible
So he's
against
just
Missouri.
older. He's just
Yeah,
an
so
older player.
he's the older guy, but no, I mean, I think this was probably Ryan Day just making the younger quarterback have to work for it a little bit. I think again, the writing's been on the wall. Most Ohio State people have felt like this was going to be the outcome. Most Texas people, I mean, most college football people just kind of felt like this was a matter of when, not if, Sayin was going to be announced the starter. And Ryan Day felt like, yeah, the Monday before game week was the time to make that happen.
Yeah, they want to turn around and hand the ball off anyway.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. I mean, that's the way to take a pressure off of a young quarterback. Some quotes for Ryan Day about this decision. He said, quote, "Our guys are confident with both quarterbacks. We'll need both quarterbacks. Lincoln did a lot of great things, but we're going to name Julian the starter here. We're going to give him the majority of the reps with the starters and go prepare to beat Texas." Said overall, well, we feel like Lincoln's ready to play. Julian has been more consistent. End quote. So here's a little bit of Steve Sarkeesian yesterday because Sark held a press conference. Texas is kind of treating this like a game week. We played some sound from Sark yesterday where he's like, yeah, we're preparing for Ohio State, but we're still also, getting some of our own stuff figured out. Like,
Sure.
regardless of opponent, we've got some things that we need to clean up for week one. But Sark did hold a Monday presser like he would for every single game week, and we'll now have Sark doing that every week moving forward into the season. But he was obviously asked about the Ohio State announcement, and here's Sark talking a little bit about Julian Saint.
Yeah, ton of respect for Julian. We recruited him hard here. He was a very gifted passer, really good player. Came to camp with us, I think, I want to say 2 years in a row. And so we've got a lot of familiarity with him. He's obviously a California kid, his high school coach and whatnot. So very good player, elite passer, very good arm talent, very quick release, really accurate guy. Obviously, he's got great weapons around him. And so, he's the type of guy that can utilize those weapons in a good system. So it poses a heck of a challenge.
Yeah, he's got some weapons around him.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, you talk about helping a young quarterback like the two-headed monster of James Peoples and C.J. Donaldson. I don't think right off the bat that's going to be as good as the Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins combo pack that they could hit you with last year, but those are still really good running backs. And yeah, I mean, they've got the best receiver in the country. They've got Carnell Tate, who's very good. They've got Brandon Innes, who's very good. They've got Max Clare, the transfer tight end from Purdue, who's very good. So, yeah, look, it's Ohio State. They always have weapons. And Julian's saying that's going to make his life a hell of a lot easier. The fact that the 10 guys around him are as good as they are, and you've got a number of future high round draft picks that'll be his teammates. So, look, I mean, this is one of the benefits, though, for Texas of getting to play Ohio State in game one of the season. Do we know everything about Arch Manning? No. But Arch Manning has started 2 games before. Arch Manning has thrown a lot more passes than Julian Saint has. He's logged a lot more snaps than Julian Saint has. And he's been in way more meaningful moments than Julian Saint has. So, look, Saint, again, 5-star, top-ranked quarterback in the country. He's supposed to be incredibly talented. Maybe down the road he is. But this is, you're playing a quarterback making his first career starts. That's I feel like the Longhorns have the quarterback advantage going into this one.
Well, they're going to make it as comfortable as they can for that cat at quarterback in game one. Like I said, they're going to run the ball. They're going to try to establish the run. They're going to try to get it obviously to their star wide receiver if they can. But once again, it's not just that guy at wide receiver. They have other guys on their team that are pretty good wide out, so they don't have to force the ball. Although it seems like the talk is that guy wants some passes. I mean, he wants passes to him. That guy's going to be out of there as soon as he can get out of there and get into the NFL. So it doesn't matter whether he's mad or not mad. He's going to the NFL the day he's eligible. He's out of there, So, but they're going to want to try to find ways to get him the ball, reverses, other ways to put the ball in his hands. I don't care if it's 5-yard hitch. They're going to do that, But they want to make this quarterback comfortable, and Texas wants to make him very uncomfortable in situations. If they can get them in third and medium or third and whatever, that would be great for the Longhorns. I expect they'll be in a couple of those too.
Yeah, look, I don't think this game's going to turn into a shootout. I think both defenses are too good, but you want to put Ohio State in a spot where they're behind. I mean, this is kind of football 101. You want to get an early lead against anybody you play against and turn their offense one-dimensional. Yeah, if you can do that with a freshman quarterback starting his first career game, that's the optimal situation, right? You stop the run on early downs. You put them in those third and medium, third and long situations like you talk about. And also, in the second half of a game, I mean, look what Texas did to Michigan. And again, I know this Ohio State team is way different than last year's Michigan team, but the Longhorns were up 24-3 at halftime in that one. And Michigan didn't have a quarterback at all, right? I mean, it was Alex Orgasm Orgy for short,
Yep.
and Davis Warren, and those guys were just total scrubs. And, once Texas got that 3-possession lead, it's like, well, they have to throw the ball to get back in this game. But those guys are young and they're inexperienced and they're just not very good. And it was over at halftime. I think
I think
Julian
more than
Sand's
anything,
better
from
than
watching Michigan last year, how bad I thought they were offensively. I'm like, my God,
yeah,
this is Michigan. How are they so bad? They can't run the ball. Their offensive line struggle. Their quarterback, wide receivers, you know, their wide receivers were as close to dropping balls as Georgia's group was. That's supposed to be, you're supposed to have talent at Michigan in places like Georgia. You shouldn't have 3 of your 4 wide receivers can't catch the football. They look like they shouldn't even be on the field. Michigan was very similar to that, to what Georgia's wide receivers look. That may have surprised me more than anything, the fact that they couldn't get the ball to a receiver, which means
well,
the quarterback wasn't any good either.
yeah, I think that was the bigger issue. But we're good enough to beat Ohio State with their dog crap offense. Like,
Well,
I
guess
remember
what? They're going to do it again. So Ohio State, you'll get yours again here soon by the cheaters.
yeah, you're saying they're going to have a loss at the beginning of the season and at the end of the season to bookend it.
Yes. Oh, yeah. What a way to have
Uh,
a season, huh? With
I
those
don't hate
two.
that. I don't hate that projection right there. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that was one of the benefits. I'm not going to sit here and argue that Michigan was that good last year. They were 8-5, but they did have a couple of nice wins under the belt. But that was like one of the benefits to playing them early was they lost so much from their national championship team,
And
and it's like
yes,
we get them early like that. They lost their head coach. They lost their coordinators. Obviously, they lost a ton of players to the NFL draft. They lost Connor Stallions, which was probably the most important person that they had. So it's like, you get the benefit of playing them early because they don't have all of their stuff figured out. So,
yeah, I think when you look at the two teams and you look at Texas and Ohio State, who will miss their departures more?
yeah,
That's going to come into play. Who will miss? We will be talking about certain positions. I would think on a Monday, BK saying, "Yeah, we missed this certain guy who's gone off to the NFL." Who will miss their departures more? I got a feeling it's going to be the Buckeyes.
yeah, well, they have more in terms of quantity. And, Ohio State also had both of its coordinators depart.
Yeah, that
Now,
also helps a little bit. Now
yeah,
that helps a lot.
it does help. They do have like every single defensive position coach is back. They lost Jim Knowles, who surprisingly took the job at Penn State. He got a nice pay bump to leave and go to the Buckeyes' Big Ten rival. That was a big surprise, a lateral move, maybe a bit of a step down if we're being perfectly honest. But they did keep the rest of their defensive position coaches. But obviously Chip Kelly is now gone to the NFL, so they've got a new offensive coordinator. But Brian Hartline's their OC, and he was, their wide receivers coach, and I think like their
Right.
co-OC last year. Obviously, Ryan Day has a huge say in all of the play calling and everything that goes on with that offense too. So, yeah, I mean, they have more turnover. They have more turnover than Texas does. So obviously, Texas lost a number of quality players. Ohio State did too. But everyone's questioning, can Texas withstand everything that they lost to the league? All those same questions, even a little bit more, should be asked about Ohio State because, once again, they lost more than the Longhorns did.
Yeah, I think it'll come harder on them than it will on Texas. I have the feeling, and that's a
Yeah.
good thing.
Yeah, well, of course. And Ohio State's benefit is they get to play this game at home, obviously. I think Texas's benefit, the biggest thing that Texas has going for them is the quarterback. And again, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know everything about Arch Manning. I'd feel a little bit better if Arch Manning had 4 or 5 starts under his belt than 2. And we're talking about a guy who's about to make his first career start on the road, right? So that's a different atmosphere than what he's had at home against ULM and Mississippi State. There's no doubt about that. But I just, in a close game, one of the things that most people, myself included, look at to try to determine who's going to win is who has the edge at the most important position on the field.
Sure,
And I feel better about Arch Manning on Texas's side than I do about Julian Sand right now on Ohio State's.
I would
Um,
agree.
this was pretty interesting. I mean, Colin Simmons, always the trash talker, man. I mean, that guy doesn't lack confidence. He doesn't lack skill, ability, anything else either. But he is a guy who is a big believer in his ability and a big believer in his teammates as well. And right after, Ohio State, Ryan Day made the announcement, and all of the Ohio State football social media accounts tweeted out pictures of Julian Sand and said, QB1, this is our guy, whatever, varying captions. But Colin Simmons, on his personal Instagram account, he reposted one of these pictures of Julian Sand. That's Colin Simmons' Instagram right there. And he's got a picture of Ohio State's quarterback posted to his story. And that's basically a target acquired post.
Very nice.
Yeah, okay.
Nice poster for your dartboard. Just start playing darts at this thing.
Yeah, this is our guy. This is who we're going after. This is who we
you're
need
like,
to
where
stop.
do you hit him? Where do you hit him when you get your helmet an opportunity not to spear him, but to take him? I mean, if that's the look right there, that's a wide open shot right there.
Oh,
do you take out the arm like you did the kid from Georgia? What do you do here?
I don't know. What do you think? Yeah, it's an interesting looking cat, this Julian Sand guy.
Yeah, I gotta be on the backside of him and get the fumble there. Yeah, I have to cause the fumble from behind on that one.
You got to be on the backside of him. Well,
I'm gonna get the fumble right there. I'm not going for the kill shot. I'm going for the fumbleina.
Okay, that's a kill shot. Here's another picture of Ohio State quarterback Julian Sand.
Oh, he knows he's about to get hit there. He's ready to tuck. That's the position of, oh, my left tackle just got beat. Let me start tucking this one. I'm not getting out of here.
This is like I don't mean to take a bunch of shots at Julian Sand. We're talking about like a 19-year-old. I'm not going to comment too much about his looks. That feels a little weird. But these are all so awkward, dude. When they make these football players or just any athletes like take these photo shoots, and they just have to do these.
Georgia's quarterback. What would you say about that dude?
Well, Georgia's quarterback has like way less hair than this. You wouldn't see Georgia's quarterback's hairline in this picture. It's just a weird, awkward concept when they just make these guys stand there and they're like, do something that looks like you're playing. Like, hold the ball like this, stand like that, pose like this. It's like, it's always it's got to be awkward for those dudes.
It's the media blitz for the team, for the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he looks weird in this. I can tell you that. That's not a pose of a lot of confidence for me, but whatever. So there's Julian Sand, again, a guy that Steve Sarkeesian recruited, a guy that everybody recruited, former number one QB in America coming out of high school. But we'll see. Obviously, this will be a huge test for him going into game one against the number one defense or the number one team in America and what could be the number one defense in America as well. It's going to be fun. But, Texas, Ohio State, 11 days from now.
Very nice.
Right. Hey, Mike, thanks for the super chat. We're not putting a bounty on Julian Sand.
Oh, no.
But, hey, we'll throw some trash on the field. If the refs miss the call, we'll throw some trash on the field, and we'll get the call changed. It worked for us last year. We'll do it again this year if we have to.
Hey, if it happened once and it worked for you, do it again.
You guys keep worrying about Michigan planting fake flags on your field. All right, y'all keep letting that one get to you.
Yeah, don't forget Michigan will be coming at the end of the year.
It's a home game for Michigan this year. You're picking the Wolverines again in that one. I keep asking you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You had that pick last year. I thought you were crazy. I didn't think there was any chance the Wolverines were winning that one. And well, sure enough,
you think they have a chance this year? Their coach will be back. He'll come off of probation.
Yeah, they will be back. And I don't know. I pick Ohio State in that game every year, and I've looked like an idiot 4 years in a row for picking them. We'll see. We'll see. Now, we appreciate the trash talk, Mike. Just keep sending the back and forth. Hey, tell your friends, man. This is good. This is the best part of college football. It's what makes this sport so great. And we love dealing with opposing fan bases and going back and forth. And look, Texas is the team looking for revenge, right? There's not a whole lot Longhorn fans could say to Ohio State right now because they won the game in January. They'll be raising the banner here a week from Saturday, and it's Texas looking to get back at Ohio State for what happened earlier this year. So Ohio State fans, they could talk the trash right now. Not a lot that Texas could say. The hope is, once that game is over at about 3:00 Central Time, again on August 30th, and Texas can have the next laugh in what's obviously becoming a fun matchup. And hell, it could be the first of 2 matchups between these 2 teams this year.
No kidding, you're right.
You never know. All right, more from Steve Sarkeesian, more Texas Ohio State conversation coming your way in a moment. But before we dive back into this game, how about we dive into our first round of sponsor shout outs?
Shout out our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, of course, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving New York-style pizza, and of course the Italian food that you're looking for. Ciola family recipes right there, and of course Tony C's has been a part of the Bee Caves community for over 15 years, and it is 2 for Tuesday, 2 for the price of 1 pizzas today. 3 great locations: Highway 79, right near the Dell Diamond, of course, Anderson Lane, and in Bee Cave. Love you, Mr. C. Love Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Tony C's. Also a shout out to our friends at AV Consultations. Make the call. College football actually starts this weekend. I don't know if you're going to be able to get on the AV consultation schedule this week, but if you call today, there's a chance they can get you hooked up by next weekend. Yeah, college football right around the corner. Obviously, the NFL is just a couple of weeks away. Football is back, baby, and that is a beautiful thing. And that means also it's the perfect time to make the call to audiovisual consultations to get the home TV setup of your dreams. Don't spend another football season driving around to the sports bars or your friends' houses or your in-laws' places every Saturday and Sunday. No, make your home the place to be for friends, for family, most importantly, for yourself all season long. AV Consultations can do that. All of the screens, the surround sound, the whole home lighting, they can do surveillance as well. They can do heated floors in your bathroom. I mean, there's really nothing these guys can't do. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They've hooked both of us up. They've hooked up basically our entire team at TSU, and they'll do the same for you. Just call Tom McKay and his crew at AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Find them online at avconsultations.com.
I told you this morning earlier, I went to Daymakers yesterday. I wanted to see what the food was like and what the crowd was like over there. And I want to thank Savannah. She was at the bar. You know, they've got a bar there for serving meals over there. Seats about 12 to 14 people. And boy, I had the Daymaker. I had the classic Daymaker classic. 2 eggs over with sausage patties and this hash brown, this big monster hash brown was absolutely delicious. By the way, at Daymakers, they're not against having a cocktail at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. They open from 7 to 3. It's just half-day meals. But if you wanted to have a burger at 7, you could have the smash burger at 7 a.m. That's on you. So if you want to have breakfast or you want to have lunch at Daymakers, you can have that. It's right there on Mopac, right beside Salt Trader, where the old IHOP used to be. But what a fantastic meal. And all the stuff is, locally, local products. It's baked, it's cooked. It is absolutely delicious. The classic buttermilk stack that they have, fork and knife cinnamon roll. How about this? Fork and knife cinnamon roll. You don't even want to handle it with your hands. It is fork and knife. It's as big as a plate, BK. It is absolutely fantastic. What a great place to go in for breakfast. If you're heading to downtown, stop by, have a quick meal there. Well, it won't be a quick meal because there's a lot of food that they slap on that plate. I love the hash browns. Certain hash browns, I'm kind of in between. They're done too much or they're done too less. This was just perfect. And the hospitality there was fabulous. So going by Daymakers, half-day cafe, right beside Salt Traders, part of the Jack Allen family. You're gonna love the hospitality, but you're definitely gonna love the food at Daymakers.
I could go for a smash burger right now. I told everyone
This early
yesterday,
in the morning, a big old smash burger.
Well, I'm in Oregon right now at my sister's place, and it's 5:39 a.m., and I would love a smash burger and an Altstadt beer right now, let me tell you.
Oh, my God.
No better way to start the day than some of that, huh? Oh, man. Shout out to Daymaker and Jack Allen's Kitchen. Shout out to SendTexTickets.com as well. Hey, if you want to be at the shoe 11 days from now, it's not too late to get your tickets at SendTexTickets.com. And, of course, when the Longhorns return home the following Saturday, they've got you covered. Tickets to every Texas game, home and away. And it's not just the Longhorns. They got Aggie tickets. They got Red Raider tickets, Baylor Bear tickets. If you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, if you're a Houston Texans fan, you can watch your favorite team play all season long. One place to go to get your tickets at SendTexTickets.com. And don't forget the promo code, SendTex10. You type that in. I don't know why I'm whispering. Everybody listening can know this. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our friends at sendtextickets.com.
And our good friends over at Sue Patrick. Sorry about the round shoulder talk, Jay. Only 8 minutes into the show, but we weren't going to leave anybody out. And we're not talking about you because you're a cyclist. You get on your bike and you ride and ride and ride. So nothing wrong with your shoulders. You just sit on that seat and go for miles and miles. I'm wondering, does Jay actually pedal that bike, or do they have that bike that has the little motor behind it?
Oh, you think Jay's an e-bike guy?
Maybe he's an e-bike guy. I got to find out. I got to ask that question. Is that an e-bike that he's riding all over the place?
No.
The folks who actually got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They've got it all. Tons of Texas-themed items, books, the whole works, and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. So whether you're a little one or a big one, they've got your size at Sue Patrick. And they really do. And they offer free shipping on online orders over $59, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Thanks again, Mike. Appreciate you chiming in. Appreciate the super chats as well. Yeah, we're all hoping to see a great game. And it's interesting, Buck. I just checked the Vegas line this morning, and it's down to 2. Like yesterday, it was at 2.5. I think for the last few weeks, it's been Ohio State minus 2.5. And I guess some recent money has been coming in on the Longhorns. So
I think it's going to be even at game time.
Do you?
Yes.
Boy, that's a lot of change. I know we still have a little over a week and a half.
It's going to flip around real quick.
Man.
And Sark's going to say some good things about his quarterback, and people in Vegas are going to go crazy. He's going to say he looks sharp. That's all he's got to do is tell everybody that dude's looking sharp. Can't wait to get to game 1.
Oh,
he's not said a lot about the quarterback. He's been very calm about, how Arch is handling stuff. But once again, it's like I said last week, he was going to talk a little bit about the offense. He wasn't going to let the defense have all the fun for the summertime and for the media. And I'm just waiting for just a short line about how his quarterback is and what he thinks and how he'll go into this game being confident about Arch understanding the offense and taking it. And he thinks he's going to have a great game. I'm waiting to hear that. And that's going to set some lines moving in a different direction, I believe.
Well, if Steve Sarkeesian really wants to shift the Vegas line, he'll come out and say, yeah, Arch looks better than Peyton or Eli ever did. Like not just in college.
And their starting game.
Yeah, but not just in college, like in the NFL. Like that's how good Arch looks. Like we think he's going to be better than those two Hall of Famers.
You think that would move the line?
I think that would move the line. I think Texas would be like a 10-point favorite if that ended up happening. But obviously, Sark's not going to say anything like that. That's not who Sark is. And I mean, that would be just a ridiculous statement for anybody to make right there. So, Ohio State, a 2-point favorite. So some recent money coming in on the Texas Longhorns. I think when we get to kickoff, the Buckeyes will still be favored, whether it's 2, whether it's 1, 1.5. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to get all the way down to a pick 'em, barring any sort of
that's
crazy.
Interesting. 1.5. That's a weird line, but that's not bad.
It's almost like you might as well go money line if you're seeing a line like that, right?
Oh yeah, I'm thinking which I wouldn't because it's the Horns and I don't want to screw that up. I would think money line is the way to go. It can't be a huge money line anyway.
No, I don't think you're going to get a ton of juice. Let me see if I could find it right there. I mean, because the spread keeps going down, obviously that impacts the amount of money you can make on the money line. Yeah, Texas is plus 110 on the money line right now. So they're minus 110 if you want the 2 points. It's plus 110 if you just want Texas outright. So you get a little extra juice, but obviously not a ton right there. We'll see if that number continues to go.
I'll take
down.
the $10. I'll take the $10.
Okay. Yeah, you felt good. I mean, you said you think Texas is going to win this game for a while, and nothing has changed your mind with what has happened over the last couple of weeks since fall camp.
I just think this Texas defense is going to engulf that offense of theirs, and their young quarterback is going to have some errors early in that game.
Yeah.
And once again, he may start that game, but with this defense, things can go south on him in a hurry. And I don't think Ryan Day is going to wait a long time, even though he's named that guy as his starter. I don't think he'll play around with that. I don't think he'll let him get in there and just get disheveled. I just don't think he'll let him do it. I think he'll bring in the other guy. And even if he had to play that kid the next week or whatever against some teams where he can get some wins, I think he would do that. But I just don't think he'll let him go in there and get that Texas defense just annihilate his confidence. It's one thing to build confidence, and it's one thing to get your confidence destroyed in game one. I don't think that's what your head coach wants to do. He's named you the starter, but that doesn't mean – it means you start. It doesn't mean you have to finish.
Hey, that's an interesting conversation, right? What type of leash, if any, does Julian Sand have going into his first career start, right? Like Arch Manning's going to start for Texas. He's going to play hopefully every single snap of this football game, right? Barring injury, and I'll knock on wood incredibly loudly. He's going to be the guy. There's no like, oh, what has to happen for him to get removed for the game? But I'm sure there are some folks in Columbus right now and Buckeye fans everywhere who are wondering, like, okay, what's the scenario where we see Lincoln Kienholz get a few snaps?
Two picks?
Like is it 2 picks and the team is getting killed? Is it, hey, 2 picks on the first 2 drives, but Texas is only up 3-0? Is it no scenario at all? Like
down by 10 and you've thrown 2 picks and you fumbled one away or gotten hit by Colin Simmons from the backside and you cough it up, not knowing what's going on. That guy, just 2 turnovers. You fumbling the ball and you throwing the ball will get you on the bench here because they want to win that game too. They want to come out of it. They don't want to, and plus they don't want to destroy your confidence, but they don't want to let you go back in there a third time if you've gone 3 series and 2 of the 3 series have been turnovers.
Yeah, to me, the way Ryan Day was talking yesterday, it sounds like this is a pretty clear 1 and 2 situation.
Okay.
Not a 1A and a 1B situation. Now, again, I think you hit the nail on the head at the very end there. Like, Ohio State wants to win this game. So, I mean, we saw Nick Saban a few years ago in a national championship game change his starting quarterback because they were down, I think, 16-0. And it's like, we want to win this game. Now, national title means more than a week 1 game. I get it. But I think Ryan Day is going to pull out all of the stops to find a W 1 week from Saturday. But again, to me, I think it would have to be pretty drastically bad from Julian Sand. I don't think this is going to be like the plan is to put him out there for like 2 or 3 series. And if things are going well, we'll keep him out there. If things aren't going well, we'll put the other guy out there for a drive.
If things aren't going well and the game is still close, he'll still be in.
Yeah. I don't think it's one of those like we'll play both and we'll see what both of them have. Like I don't think that's the plan going in. Again, if Texas is dominating, and Julian Sand looks like a deer in the headlights out there, then sure he'll pull the plug on the experiment. But I think I think Ryan Day's plan is similar to Steve Sarkeesian's plan. Like we want the guy to start to finish this game and be our guy all season long. So can Texas obviously make that a conversation to where Ryan Day has to consider changing course? That's obviously the hope for Texas fans.
I don't know what kind of fans Ohio. I know they can be miserable. I've only known to beat their ass in Columbus, so I don't know how the fans will be on a quarterback if it's not working out. If he's a young guy and it's not working out in a couple series, I don't know what the pressure from the fans in the stadium would be like. I got to believe it'd be kind of brutal. Big Ten fan, a Big Ten
question.
Fan. I just don't know.
Well, my question to you is, like, what if Texas goes in there and wins this game by double digits? Let's say Texas wins.
Which I expect them to do. I expect them to win by 10.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I love the confidence, man. Keep it coming. So let's say that happens. Let's say Texas wins 27-17, something like that.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what the score is. Let's just say it's a double-digit game. And it's not like, Ohio State beat Texas by double digits last year, but that was a 7-point game with 2 minutes left. And then obviously you had the disaster that unfolded. But let's say this is like, Texas at Alabama a couple of years ago, where it's clear that Texas is like the better team in that game. Do Ohio State fans start calling for Ryan Day's head already?
No, they're not. That guy just won a national championship. They're going to leave that guy alone this year. They're not, they're not going to be happy if Penn State's the team that beats them. They're not going to be excited about that.
That is literally
Texas
the only
beating them
fan
at
base.
home. Texas beating them at home is not going to be as bad as Penn State beating them at home.
That's literally the only fan base I would ask that question, because it's the dumbest question of all time, right? Like your coach just won a national championship and he loses the first game to the number one team in the country, and you've got a 12-team playoff, so they could go 11-1 or 11-0 the
Right.
rest of the way, and they'll make the playoff and they can win a national title. It's an absurd experiment, but
only there. You get in your mind only at a place like that, right?
yeah, it's those people. And remember,
Yeah,
they
I think they'll be so happy they just won the national championship. They want to get to the playoffs with this group that they have right now, and they can settle for a year, But they in the course of this year, still with the kind of talent they have, they expect to be in the playoffs. They don't expect to lose to Penn State. I'm just telling you, their deal is they can't lose to Texas and then lose to Penn State and not have their fans start getting kind of crazy. They'll get a little crazy then.
I think, it's the Michigan game that causes their fans to get really crazy.
Yes,
right?
at the end, yeah, that's the one that'll do it. They lose to Texas, Penn State, and Michigan. It'll be, hey, we just won a national championship. It'll be the following year that the shitbirds will start to show up.
And I wonder, if you lose 2 games nowadays with the expanded playoff, you're fine. So, Ohio State lost 2 games last year. They were 10-2. They didn't even play for the Big Ten title, and they won the national title.
Yeah.
So you can lose. You don't want to lose to Texas. You don't want to lose to Penn State. Obviously, no one wants to lose to anybody, but you can lose those and still be fine. If you lose that Michigan game,
they're not going to be able to lose to the first 2 and then lose the final game and get there. They can't lose
Yeah.
the final. That would hurt.
Yeah.
That's the one that'll get everybody unraveled.
You're right. That's the one where, dude, they'll be calling for his head. I would love to see Ohio State fans booing on August 30th. That'd be so great. To me, that's ridiculous. Like, your team can lose by 50, but if it's banner night and ring night, you're not allowed to boo.
You got all kinds of excuses you can make.
You just won a national championship. Like, I don't care what goes wrong. I don't care if your team looks completely unprepared. Yeah, you're pissed, but you shouldn't be allowed to boo. You should get kicked out of the stadium if you're booing, if your team's getting its butt kicked on banner night. That's what I hope happens with Buckeye fans, is that Texas is taking it to them.
It's like someone saying Ryan Day will take over all the play calling if things are going bad by the second half. He'll be calling plays. Nobody else will be.
Second half of the first game?
Yeah, he'll be taking over the play calling duties by then. If things are going, if this kid has a couple turnovers, by the time they come back from halftime, he'll be telling the offensive coordinator, I will take it from here.
Yeah, that'd be insane. That would be insane. But I would love to get in his head to that point. That'd be awesome. All right. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. This is from his Monday press conference. Again, simulating a game week. So we had a game week style presser yesterday. We will hear from Steve Sarkeesian again next Monday when it actually is game week going into week 1. But here's Sark, part of his opening statement, talking about how practice was yesterday and what his team's plans are for the week before game week.
Making good progress. I thought the guys came back today with the right mental intensity to work. This is obviously a mock week for us, so this is a kind of a pseudo Monday. It's not all Ohio State. We're still developing a lot of players, but at the same token, we're in the very beginning stages of what a game plan would look like, so that these guys can get a sense and a feel for their routine, the way they prepare, and the way they study. So off to a good start.
Yeah, as I said, they still have things that they have to do. They do that kind of stuff right up till game time. But believe me, at night when the coaches are meeting, they're thinking about Ohio State. They talk about how they're going to straighten out a couple of things during practice that has to do with the team itself. But their focus at night after dinner is talking about Ohio State and what we have to do and how we have to prepare for them too. So. You just want to make sure that you got all your stuff. You got to be buttoned up because you're on the road. Once again, now you're going on the road. You got some new guys taking the first road trip. And, man, oh, man, this team's been pretty good on the road. They've been great at 11 a.m. But you have new players. You have new people taking these trips with you. So you're a little bit leery of how that's going to be, how the trip is going to be. It's a trip. It's not – you're going to work. You're not going – it's not a vacation. So – all those things they'll be going through the head coach's mind game week anyway. But there's some other stuff you need to button up. You need to know who your not your second guy, but who your third guys are, just in case if one goes down, now you have to start worrying who your third guy at a position is,
Yeah, those are all things that are being decided at Texas fall camp right now. But you talked about how good the Longhorns have been on the road. Texas has the longest active road winning streak in college football, and they haven't lost a true road game since 2022. It's 3 years ago. Quinn Ewers' first year as the Texas starter. And it was in Stillwater when Texas was in a different conference. That's how long it's been. I think it's an 11-game true road winning streak for the Horns right now.
Wow.
So obviously that's going to be tested. Ohio State hasn't lost a lot at home. They haven't really lost a lot anywhere in the Ryan Day era. And that goes back to the Urban Meyer era either. They don't lose a lot. But yeah, that's going to be a tough battle right there, and obviously a tough test to keep that road win streak alive. And of course, if Texas wins that one, they've got a road trip to the Swamp this year. They've got a road trip to Athens this year too. So if that road winning streak can continue to stay active through this year, then this Texas team is pretty special. They'll have earned it.
Yeah, I just hope their team is. I want to see a good game. Yeah, we always want a good game. We want Texas to win the best way, but I hope that this group at Ohio State has just a little hangover of winning a natty. I don't know what they do, how they do it. Raise the flag, give them rings. When they do that stuff, they probably got their rings already. They don't probably have a day when they do it. If it's that day, I hope it is that night. That'd be great.
Well, they're raising a banner. They're going to be raising a banner for sure, because you do that in front of the fans. So there will be some.
Great too. I hope they have a little. We're really, really good. We just won a natty. You're not going to come in here and then you don't, cross the T's and dot all the I's, or the Ohio I. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that the right way. That would be fine with me, because that's on them.
You're saying you want the band to not be in mid-season form and they're going to forget to dot the I?
Oh, how cool would that be? That'd be even the best. Oops, I forgot. I dotted the O. Sorry about that.
Dot the O. Interesting. Never heard of that one.
Yeah, I like for them to be very confident about winning the natty and very excited about the flag and all that other crap. They'll get to the game, but if they lose a little bit of focus, the team that they're playing on defense will smash them.
Right. Well, Ryan Day's, he's saying all of the right things, right? As any coach would say, hey, last year is last year. The past is the past. We've got a new group of guys. This is a new season and a new Texas team coming in town. So, we've got to be buttoned up and ready to go for this one. So he's saying the right things, but yeah, we'll see if his team actually does that into this game. One more from Steve Sarkeesian here. He was asked if he senses a different feel. Texas has been at practice for a few weeks now. They're past the midway point of fall camp. But do things feel a little bit different the closer you get to kickoff? Here's Sark's response to that.
Yeah, I think that they today probably started that, and probably, quite frankly, the end of Saturday, because that's really the end of training camp for us. This week we treat as a mock week, even though we're not in school. All of our practice times are what they would be next week when school starts. Now, granted, our guys aren't, showering and going to study hall and to class and so on and so forth. So we have to create some things for them in the afternoons to simulate what their normal game week would look like. But we've kind of started that. And with that, we've already started to sprinkle a few things from a game plan perspective to get a head start on those things. We haven't dumped it all on them, but we're starting the process, and I think they feel it. Definitely, you could feel it out there.
Yeah, sprinkle a little class stuff in there. Maybe have a couple teachers come by practice. Hey, walk them back over to if they're at the dorm still. No, they're moved. They're done. They broke camp, so they're at their apartments. Have some of the professors knock on their doors at their apartments and say, hey, you want to get a little head start in my class? That's what I'm talking about, BK. Now we're getting football season going.
Get a head start when you meet with the professor before the semester?
Hey, we got to get on schedule here.
Does a professor want to meet with you? Isn't he or she enjoying his or her last week of summer? You don't want to deal with that.
Of course they are. They don't want to talk to you. They barely want to see you on the first day.
No, yeah, they're mad that their summer's over and they got to actually go back to work now.
And they know you don't want to be. You'll be at the top of the auditorium, sleep somewhere in a corner.
Yeah. That's next week. Class starts next Monday down on the 40 acres.
Wow.
And Sark, look, they're treating this like a game week. Again, he held a game week press conference at the same time that he normally will, and every Monday during the year. So it's not just like, hey, I'm going to tell you guys to act like this is a game week. It's I'm going to do all of the things that I would normally do during a game week. And the coaching staff's going to do what they would normally do during a game week. And we're practicing this way, and we're practicing at this time, and this, that, and the other. So it's it's a mock week. It makes sense. Feels like a normal thing to do. But I like hearing that the intensity of practice is a little bit higher now. You talk about this a lot, Buck. These guys get tired of each other.
Oh, boy,
That's
do
part
they
of
ever.
it too. I mean, it's hot as hell out there, and Texas has been practicing a lot in the afternoon, so that doesn't help from a heat standpoint. And you're going up against the same guys every single day. And even though they're your brothers, we're talking about the most competitive people on the face of the earth, so they're going to get tired of you at some point. And it's all festering up, and you're like, God, I can't wait to go hit somebody else. I
Believe me, those
cannot wait.
offensive linemen and those offensive tackles are going, damn, I can't wait to play against somebody else.
So
This guy, I've been seeing this guy since spring. Hey, since winter workouts, I've been seeing this dude's face around me, and he's been too close. And I'm looking forward to seeing somebody else's mug across from me.
Maybe that's why Colin Simmons posted that picture of Julian Sand on his Instagram yesterday. It's like
You're going to be seeing a lot of me. Is that what he's telling them?
Yeah, so I can't wait to I don't get to hit the quarterbacks in practice right
That's
now.
right.
So this is the next QB I get to hit. Thank you very much for telling me who it's going to be, Buckeyes. Really appreciate that. But yeah, that to me feels like just a natural something that's going to raise the level of intensity at practice. It's just the closer you get to the game, but also the more tired you get from going up against the same dudes every single day.
Yeah, but and the intensity that you have to play with if you're a offensive lineman against this Texas defense, it's almost like you really do. You almost get a blow when the games come. Technique wise and everything else, and the fundamentals of the game you have to do because they do things maybe a little bit different. But boy, oh boy, getting beat up by these guys every day, and they're full speed ahead. The way they play defense here, it's got to be like, I can't wait to get to the game. That'll be a break.
Yeah, and Ohio State is really good. I think they have like talent to Texas, but you think about you go back and talk to some of the guys on the Longhorns '05 national championship team, and they'll tell you there was nobody we played against that was better than what we saw in practice.
Right.
So it's like the games were easy. The practice was the hard part, but the games, it's like, oh, this is all we got. We're way prepared for this. So that's
Yeah,
what you
most
hope
most of
Texas
the
gets
times
back to.
the games are the mental part of it.
Mhm.
Those are the things that, once we said snap counts, the regular assignments, the physicality part of it, it's not going to get any more physical than you have at practice. It really isn't. And that's those individual drills that you have to go against those guys. There's a lot of that. Game wise, it's just a nice flow. You get a little break, go to the huddle. You get halftime, you get a quarter break, you get some water. When the defense is on, the offense is off the field, you get a break there. Practice seems like there's no break. It's just that guy again, me. That guy keeps wanting to go against me. I'm real good. He's exceptional. I got to do this again today, all day. That gets to be long. And then the week of 2 weeks before practice, 2 weeks before a game, guys started to really get sick of each other. And this is where you don't want the fights, BK. This is where you don't want something to break out where guys go a little over the top. Guys are pissed because they can't wait to get to the game. They're sick of you, and somebody takes a shot that doesn't need to be taken. This is where you have to be, as a coach, you got to be real, real careful now because guys start to lose their temper a little bit because you don't want that to boil over into the game because that costs you in the games. And you don't want to get anybody hurt at practice with a guy taking an extra hit on a guy. So you got to be really, really, really careful of these last 2 weeks before the game starts.
Yeah, we heard a couple of stories of skirmishes going on at the start of fall camp, but I haven't heard any recently. So either guys are keeping that under wraps or they're just not happening as much nowadays. And I think Steve Sarkeesian, the last time it happened, made the guys run a lot, which is what a lot of coaches do. But that might have sent a message like, yeah, we're not taking any of this stuff. Don't
No,
do this
because this will
stuff.
cost us in a game now. This is you doing that and you getting thrown out of the game or us getting 15-yard penalty will cost the team. So yeah, there'll be a lot of running. There'll be a lot of talking about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like I said, this is where tempers can flare now because as I said, they're getting sick of each other too.
Oh, for sure. All right, we'll dive back into this game. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkeesian. We also have to dive into the AP preseason All-America team that was announced yesterday. The Longhorns getting a ton of love from the Associated Press. But before we dive into a little bit more Texas football chatter, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Big game is just around the corner. So if you're looking to pick up the alcohol that you need for that game, or if you're having a big social event, big party, they are wholesale distributors. They can get the alcohol to you. They're located at 4601. They've got all the wines, the liquors, all the liquid that you are looking for. And there you'll find the best beer in the world, Altstadt Beer.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Altstadt Beer. The Buck just said it, the best beer in the world. Heck, it's the best beer in the galaxy. We determined that
Galaxy.
yesterday. Love the Altstadt Beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And again, football season actually comes back this weekend. Week 0 of college football starts on Saturday. You need some great beer for your watch parties, for your tailgates all season long. Make that Altstadt, the Lager and the Kolsch. Those are my two personal favorites. Those are award-winning beers. They've got the great light beer. They've got the Hefeweizen. They've got the Peach Radler, which took home a ton of awards this summer. They've got the Oktoberfest now back in stores. I'm telling you, the variety is out of control. But one thing that Altstadt guarantees, none of their beers are brewed with preservatives, additives, unnecessary sugar. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system, but most importantly, you're going to enjoy what you're putting into your system. Get you some at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that sells beer, including HEB. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And a big shout out to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Thank them for being a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered for our 3rd season. We do appreciate them. And I appreciate them even more this time of the year for sure. Nothing has gone wrong with my system here. I had to worry about if the temperature is going to be right where I set it. And if there is a worry, they will fix it immediately. Their technicians will get right to you, and they want to make sure that your home is comfortable. Now, they do all 3 things. They do air conditioning, plumbing, and heating. They do it all, folks, and you want to make sure that everything's working properly as winter starts to come upon us. Call the folks over at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website for more info, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. And a quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. They hook us up with all of our gear, all of the TSU hats and polos and pullovers and koozies that you see us rocking wherever we go. Well, it's all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you have a business or just a big event coming up and you need merch for it, reach out to Adam. He'll get you what you need. He'll get it to you quickly. 512-300-9641. You can call him or text him. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. I mentioned it a moment ago. The preseason AP All-America team was announced yesterday, and the Longhorns got a ton of love from the folks at the Associated Press. Maybe no surprise, considering Texas is the number 1 team in the country, according to the Associated Press. But 3 Longhorns were named to the preseason All-America team, tied with Penn State for the most in the country. The 3 Longhorns who made the cut, all defensive players. Anthony Hill, Michael Taff, and Colin Simmons getting
Very nice.
the nod this year. So
very surprised. I'm very surprised that the punter didn't make it because when you got 6 punters, you got to have one that's really, really good. So 6 scholarship punters, don't you think the punter should have made it maybe?
Well, we haven't seen the punter at Texas yet. He's a transfer.
That's true.
So he was really, really good at Utah, and he's looked really, really good at fall camp so far. And I think the Texas punting game is going to be much improved from 2024. But, you got to earn it, New team, you got to earn your spot.
Yeah, and the atmosphere is a little different than Utah. A little thicker here.
Yeah, the air is a little different here. You don't get that extra altitude that you got up there. Yeah, I don't know. But Anthony Hill, Michael Taff, and Colin Simmons, and that's one of the reasons why I think so many Texas fans feel so great about this defense. Yeah, you lose a Thorpe Award winner and a first-round pick with Jahdae Barron. Yeah, you lose a second-round pick with Andrew Makuba, and you lose a second-round pick with Alfred Collins, and Vernon Broughton's gone, and Barron Sorrell's gone. Those guys were great players, and they're going to do great things in the league. But you've got not only great players and a lot of other returners, you've got an all-American caliber player at every level of your defense.
Yes, you do.
You talk about a foundation, Buck. Like, that's what you're looking for. Yeah, you're going to lose a lot of guys at a place like Texas every year, but you want to have a foundation of guys that you feel good about, who you know what they're going to do every Saturday, and you also know that they're leaders and they're going to be capable of bringing younger guys along, and you're going to help them elevate their play too. Like, that's what you have with Colin Simmons up front, with Anthony Hill at linebacker, and obviously with Michael Taff on the back end of that defense.
And, dude, offensively, they've got, to bring your 2 running backs back to a guy who's coming off a knee injury that's looking great, and a guy that had over 1,000 yards rushing to help out a young quarterback. I mean, that's key. That's huge. And you got, you went in the portal and got a tight end after having a tight end that had a great year that went to the NFL. You bring another guy right in to take his place, a guy with experience, not just somebody, but somebody that's had some success. Those are great things. That running back room has had success, which is fabulous. I mean, a guy who hurt himself had a great freshman year. The guy who took his place had a great year himself. So, I mean, that's you've got experience offensively. Now, the offensive line may be a little bit different, but they're just sluggos anyway. They just get down there and do the grunt work like they're supposed to with a fantastic coach. They should be just fine.
Yeah, I'm way more confident in the defense than I am the offense going into
no doubt.
Because
I'm still. We won't know until we see what the receivers are like in week 1. And they've got a couple veteran receivers. Well, not a lot of catches, but guys that have played in the games. 2 of them for sure. To go along with a smattering of another guy that they brought in here. And that experience, when you come from someplace else, even when you play at this level, all of a sudden you may not be playing at this level, but you've been on a football field in front of people. You've been, in the thick of things in competition. That's great when you can bring guys like that had success. They don't just bring people here to Texas anymore. They're not just looking for numbers. They bring people here that have had experience and have had success, which is cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can go down the list of transfers that Texas added. I think they picked up 11 total in the portal this offseason, and you can run down the list, right? Jack Endries is going to be your starter at tight end. Emmett Mosley the 5th, if he's fully healthy. We talked yesterday about the lower leg injury that he's been battling. If that thing gets nursed up by week 1, then he'll be one of your starting wide receivers out there. The punter, we joked about him. He's a starter. Your kicker, Mason Shipley, he's going to be a starter. You brought 5 defensive linemen in from the portal. At least one of those guys is going to start. All of those guys are probably going to play at some point. Brad Spence is going to be. Yeah, Brad Spence is going to be a part of the edge rotation for Texas this year. So, Texas is at a point now. They're not, now you got to pay a lot of money to get guys out of the portal. So you're not going to pay a bunch to have a guy that you don't expect to play. If you're going to pony up the cash, then it's like, no, we're bringing you here for a reason. We think you can help
there
our
are teams that have to do that for depth purposes. And they still have to pay guys depth-wise, I mean, especially if they get a young guy that's going to be there for a couple of years. They've got to not only pay for him, they got to hope that he gets to be pretty good. And is he good the minute he gets there? For Texas, their expectations are this guy is good when he gets here. He competes immediately for a starting job.
Yeah, and that's a good segue because Steve Sarkeesian was asked about that depth yesterday, and he was just kind of asked about, how he's gone about building his team's depth over the years. Like, this is a question that predates just this singular offseason. And he was also talking about just the importance of having that much depth in this era of college football. Here's the head coach on that.
We're fortunate. I think that's what the good programs historically have done over time. I remember a time, we were at Alabama, and I think it was 2016, and obviously I was an analyst on the offense, and I looked over there, and I was looking at Quinnen Williams and Roquan Davis as the 2 interior defensive linemen on scout team, and I was looking at Trayvon Diggs at corner on the scout team, and I'm sure there was other guys. I just remember those guys in particular, like, wow, those guys are really elite players, and they're down here getting work. And so we weren't that way here for a few years, and we've gotten to this point now to where that's the developmental piece, and then that's the maturity piece for those players to know, hey, I may be on the scout team, but I'm actually getting quality reps because I'm going up against somebody so good. If I'm a young tackle, I got to block Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke every day. Well, surely if I work at my craft, I'm going to get better over time. And it goes both ways, right? And so, there's a lot of luxury in that. It helps us to where as an offense and a defense, man, you're performing against really quality people, and it's not just knock them over or throw it over their head every time. You're getting more competitive looks, and I think ultimately that benefits the team as much as it benefits the individuals.
Yeah, you either get better or you're one of those guys in the portal. Yeah, that's how that works. You're either getting better or you're gone because you won't be able to compete with the guys that they either bring in or they have coming up through the ranks. It's just that's how competitive it is. I mean, you go to 2 semifinals, you're playing against really good players every day on your team, and then you're playing in big time games every week. So it's a lot different than bringing a guy in here because, well, we don't have enough tackles or we don't have enough, linebackers. We got to bring him for depth just in case. I don't know if he's really that good. I heard he was that good. I've seen some film on him, but I don't know. Now when they bring a guy in here, it's almost like they already know. They've speculated that, they know enough football to know, no, that guy's good enough to be here pushing the starters and going to make the starters better. And if that starter gets hurt, if I put this guy in, I'm not going to miss a step or miss a beat.
Oh, for sure. Amen. Yeah, they do a lot of scouting. They do a lot of homework. And again, I mean, it's expensive now. You have to budget to fill up a transfer portal class.
You just think about it. You just think about the way college football is now. I mean, you have somebody looking up guys that are in charge of looking up players from other places during your football season. You're thin at a position. You're looking at, the Syracuse of the world, the Purdue's of the world, where they may not be great teams, but they've got some players on them that if you develop them at a place like this, they can become really special. Somebody's watching these guys play at other schools now. I mean, somebody's watching film, not only of your Texas team and the opposing team, somebody's watching film of other colleges, BK, where guys may not be the starters there, but hey, we may need a guy like this. How much is that going to cost us the next year to go get that guy?
Yeah.
We're going to let him know that you can come to Texas and we think of you as a guy that's going to help us, not a guy just filling a spot, but that can help us out. And we're going to pay you to do that. I mean, that's where the game has changed. We're going to pay you to do that,
Mm-hmm. And recruiting staffs have been a thing forever, but obviously their roles have expanded in recent years.
And staffs have.
Sure. Oh, of course. Absolutely. That's a big part of it. But yeah, I mean, Texas has done a great job in the portal. You look at some of the impact guys that they brought in the last few seasons, and it feels like there's been way more success stories than failures here in Austin. And again, I mean, a lot of these guys that the Horns brought in are projected starters, and guys want to play for Texas. Of course, the money helps, but you want to go to a place where, number one, you're going to get paid. Number two, you're going to compete for championships. But maybe most importantly, like these guys, they want to play on Sundays. Right. And they're seeing that there is no school in America that has had more players drafted than Texas over the last 2 years. Right. So that's where they want to go. People are going to choose Texas over other places for all of the opportunities. And I know you're such an education guy, so I'll throw in the education as well. You get a chance to get a degree.
Don't leave the education out.
From a great school. So yeah, there's a lot that Texas has to offer a transfer, but you're right. I mean, you've got to earn it. Like you've got to show that you're worthy of a spot here because you cost money and there's only so many spots that they can give out.
I wish I got to talk to Chip because he goes over and gets a chance to ask questions of Sark. I know it's getting late in the fall, but boy, I'd like to know what Neil Brown has brought to this group offensively. Just a simple question. What has Coach Brown brought to your staff? I'd like to know if there's, short yardage or what his specialty is. And if we can see that, is it going to be tangible that we get a chance to really see that during the season? I know he'll say it once they have some success and they continue to go, he'll talk about his staff, but boy, I'd like to know what he's brought to the table for them right off the bat.
I think, God, I can't remember when this was said, but at some point in the offseason, Arch Manning was talking about Neil Brown.
Oh, he was? Really?
And Arch mentioned that Coach Brown is what he called him, which usually at Texas that means somebody else. But I think in Arch's case, it meant Neil Brown. He's like, he's the guy who's working on my leadership. he's a guy who was like emphasizing that every day in the lunchroom, I need to go sit with a different group of teammates. Like I can't just sit with my best friends on the team every day. He's like, no, you're the quarterback. You've got to go talk to this group. You got to go talk to that group. You got to make sure that everybody likes you and everybody believes in you. And you got to ingratiate yourself into the locker room as much as possible. I can't imagine that's the only thing that Neil Brown has done, right? I'm sure he's had a lot of input or, at least given some opinions on play calling and what the offense needs to correct from the last couple of years. But a lot of Neil Brown's experience, I mean, he's an offensive guy, but everywhere that he was an offensive coordinator before his first head coaching gig, he was also the quarterback's coach. So that's kind of his bread and butter, if you will. Now, he was a wide receiver in college, so he knows that too. And he was an offensive coordinator. So again, you think he could work with all sorts of levels of the offense, but he's been a quarterback coach at a number of different stops. So it sounds like at least part of his duties in Austin have been working with Arch and the rest of that quarterback room.
Plus, he'll know something about the running back at Ohio State. He'll know right? He'll know what some of his weaknesses are.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. C.J. Donaldson, one of the two. And Ohio State's got a bunch, but one of the two running backs I think you're going to see the most in 11 days. He was at West Virginia the last few years, and of course Neil Brown was the coach.
Dude, man.
It's a big dude. I think he's like 6'2", 235, something like that.
Yeah, he's 235, looking like 260. I mean, he's a big guy. He's one of those guys that has a nice lean to him, but he's also an upright runner too. I mean, he comes through the whole upright. Yeah, that's what I like.
He actually played Texas in 2022, the last time the Horns and Mountaineers played each other.
That was a game here? Was that game here?
It was a game in Austin. It was a game that Texas won pretty handily. But, C.J. Donaldson was out there. And I don't think he did a ton in that game. Again, I don't think anybody at West Virginia really did a ton in that game.
No, but you could see how big that guy was.
But it's just like, who's this offensive lineman that they're throwing at? Like,
yeah, no kidding.
They got this edge rusher playing running. Is Texas beating them that bad?
I thought at one time he was a tight end that they made a running back.
Yeah, he looks the part right there. And he's been a touchdown machine. He had 11 touchdowns in each of the last 2 seasons at West Virginia. So, I don't think he's going to be the Buckeyes' leading rusher this year. I think James Peoples is probably going to be that guy.
He'll be their short yardage guy, won't he?
Yeah, I mean, again, he's listed at 6'2", 232 pounds. And he looks every bit of it too.
Yes, he does.
That's your goal line guy. That's your short yardage guy. That's the guy that, first and goal or fourth and goal, Texas needs to stop. They're going to have to be stopping C.J. Donaldson.
And he's not a sluggo, man. He's got some nice feet. He's a good running back.
Yeah, he's legit. Only a 3-star recruit out of high school, but he burst on the scene his freshman year. Again, didn't do a ton in that game against Texas, but he averaged 6 yards a carry and had 8 touchdowns as a freshman at West Virginia, and the numbers just kept going up from there. And again, he's been a scoring machine in his college career. So you see why Ohio State wanted to get him.
About him. He'll know where some of his habits. So
yeah, that's a good thing, I guess. And Neil Brown can help the Texas defense get ready for C.J. Donaldson as well. All right, so those are your 3 Longhorns on the AP preseason All-America team. The SEC had 12 of the 27 players on that roster. And again, Texas tied with Penn State. No surprise that those are the 2 top-ranked teams in the AP poll. They've got the most AP preseason All-Americans. And, yeah, I mean, more accolades for Anthony Hill and Michael Taft. Those guys have earned it with what they've done. And then now Colin Simmons was a stud as a freshman. This feels like obviously more of a projection for what he's going to do in his second year. But that's having those guys on that Texas
Muhammad's
defense.
Got a chance to be on there. I know Penn State must have a secondary guy on there somewhere.
I don't think they do. They've got one of their running backs. I think they've got an offensive lineman, and I think they've got a defensive lineman. Yeah, I think those are the 3. I don't have the list pulled up in front of me, but if memory is serving correctly, then those are the 3 that Penn State has.
Yeah, one of the 2 running backs will be on that list, yes.
Yeah, and a bunch of other teams have 2, including Ohio State. No surprise. Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver, Caleb Downs at safety. Most of the lists that you see people making, like just of the top players in the sport going into 2025, those guys are number 1 and 2 in some order. So Texas will have to deal with that, right? I think the best offensive player in football is Jeremiah Smith. I think the best defensive player in college football is Caleb Downs. So even though, again, you're talking about a foundation, this is why people feel great about Ohio State. This is why Buckeye fans are confident they can go back to back. Yeah, you lose a ton, but when you have some guys like that as your foundation, then all right, you feel like there's not going to be a big drop off just because of everybody else departing.
Absolutely.
All right. We got more sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. Let's talk about the defensive line for Texas a little bit. Sark was asked about the D-line rotation. Again, 5 transfer players you brought in, got a couple of guys back from last year. We've heard a lot of good things about a number of different Texas defensive linemen since fall camp got going. Here's Sark giving a little bit more clarity on what that group is going to look like when we get to the regular season.
A lot of guys are doing a great job. You touched on Hero. We touched on Murad Watson, Alex January. I think Cole Bavard had a good day Saturday. We've seen flashes out of Travis Shaw. We're striving for more consistency out of him. Levon Johnson is really just starting to get going with us now. He was a little nicked up, so he's starting to get going. So in the end, I think we've got a plethora of guys in there that are earning playing time. We've got a little time to find that exact rotation right now, and that's part of the growth and watching them work and how they can retain a game plan and then execute it in practice in real settings where we're still going good on good, but they've got to execute the plan. That's how we want to play here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I mean, they've got that sounds like he's more than happy with the guys that he has and the guys who are backups to those guys. It's like, how are we going to get guys playing time? That's okay when you got that problem.
Yeah,
they'll get playing time. It'll be plenty hot here over the next month or two.
Yeah, the depth is there. That's why you go get 5 of those guys, right? And I think all of them are going to play. I think there's a chance that 1 or 2 of them end up starting for you. I think Alex January, who is one of the 2 scholarship returnees that Texas has at D tackle, I think he's done a lot. He's had a really good camp, just a really good offseason as a whole. So I think he's got a chance to start, and he's going to log a bunch of snaps for you. But yeah, most of the guys that you see playing up front for Texas in the interior of that defensive line, they are going to be transfers. And I like hearing Sark. Anytime he gets asked about the D line, he doesn't just talk about 1 or 2 guys. He talks about 4, 5, 6, 7 guys. So it sounds
I think that when he talks about guys, I think the jump that Trey Moore took last year was incredible. That was from where he started in the season to where he ended up, and now he's at a different position. Maybe this will be fun to watch him to see how quickly he progresses inside. I believe.
Well, he's a linebacker.
Inside and outside.
Yeah, he's more of a linebacker than a defensive lineman. We could talk about him if you want, but yeah, Trey Moore is making that position change. He won't be on the defensive line very often. He'll be in that second level working with Anthony Hill and Leon Galafau more so.
Yeah, he made a big jump last year, BK, being out there, because for a while there I thought, boy, did they make a mistake on this deal.
Yeah, the early returns on Trey Moore were not great. Yeah. I don't think he had his first sack until like week 7, maybe. And then he turned it on in the second half. But yeah, it was one of those conversations for a while where it's like, why is this guy playing? Like it almost felt like Texas was justifying an NIL deal. Yeah. And it was either one of those, we promised him snaps, so we have to play him, or it was we're paying him a lot of money, so we feel like. And Sark was asked about him a lot because everyone would see the numbers. They're all watching the games, and it's like, he's not. Like, there's other guys who look better than him. Why is Trey Moore logging all of the snaps here? And Sark said he's doing a lot of things that aren't showing up in the box score, and just wait. It'll all come together. He'll figure it out. And he was right. Like, turned out it ended up being the right decision sticking with Trey Moore. But yeah, obviously he's moving from that defensive line, moving from that edge room, where I'm sure he'll still log some snaps there, but he's going back to that linebacker spot. And, that's what Texas does. They cross-train a lot of their guys, and I think that's going to help Trey Moore. That's another guy who's got NFL dreams and aspirations. And if you can be more versatile as a defender, and a defensive coordinator can line you up at a few different spots on the field,
it helps
increase your value for sure.
No doubt about it. It would help. He looks like a small guy in the NFL that they throw him all around. But inside, he looks like, to me, if he picks it up the way he did, the latter part of the year, he should be pretty good inside. He'll be able to go. He'll be able to make moves where he goes under a guy where you maybe shouldn't have done that, but then find a way to make a play. He looks like he became more of a natural football player as it went on, because obviously he was more geared toward what they were looking for, a defense. And he figured out, I'm not playing against the guys in the Sun Belt anymore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Sun Belt. Damn, you're relegating UTSA to the Sun Belt.
What were they in? What conference was that? The same one that Tulane was in?
Yeah, the AC conference.
What's the difference? It's the same.
Not much of a difference,
No,
honestly.
it's the same.
Yeah, no, it's again, that was something we talked more about in the spring. That was a big surprise from this coaching staff when Sark announced that Trey Moore's, switching positions. And it's like, well, why? It took him so long to figure out this one at this level. Why are you doing that to him? And is that the best thing for the defense? But it's one of those you trust in PK, right? He's earned that trust.
Yes.
And the best defensive coordinator that Texas has had in a long time. He knows what he's doing, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that this is a move that's going to pay off.
That's how I feel about it too, because I saw the success that kid had last year, which tells me he's now picked up the speed of the game, the SEC type of game, than where he was before. He's got it. You can put him in a lot of places, and he'll have a lot of success. He looks so natural at the end of the season. I mean, he was getting in throwing lanes, picking up fumbles, making plays in the run game. It just looked like it was a natural fit for him last year at the end of the season. Because you're right, that first 3 or 4 games, it was like Sark could tell you he's doing all these things the right way, but as a fan, you were looking, going, "What in the hell is this guy doing out here?" He looked lost.
He didn't have his first sack of the year until game 9. Actually, that's game 10. Game 10 against Arkansas. And then he ended up with 5.5. He had 1 in the Arkansas game. He had 1.5 against Kentucky. He didn't have a sack against A&M, but had a forced fumble in that one. And he had a sack against Georgia in the SEC title game, and then 2 sacks against Arizona State in that Peach Bowl. So
yeah, but he made it tough on quarterbacks and throwing lanes. He was, when he dropped in coverage, he was good. He moved pretty well. I like the way he played. I'm excited to see him inside, see how he looks inside.
Me too. And Texas, I think it's the best linebacker room in America with Hill and LaFau and obviously with Trey Moore now in there and Anthony Smith. Steve Sarkeesian, that's another guy that Sark has praised at pretty much every opportunity. And he doesn't have to get asked a direct question about Anthony Smith. He'll bring up Anthony Smith on his own. And that's he's getting close to Trey Wisner territory. Last all season, it just felt like Trey Wisner was getting brought up all of the time by Sark, just out of the blue. And it's like, why are we talking about this guy? He's a 3-star player. He had 12 carries 2 years ago. This feels a little over the top. Is he actually doing something? And then sure enough, Sark was right.
Yes.
For Anthony Smith, it's tough because that linebacker room is loaded, but that guy's making plays, and he's been out there with the number 1 defense a lot over these last few weeks, and it sounds like he's going to force his way onto the field, and that's a name Texas fans better learn quickly because he'll be making some things happen in 2025.
Awesome.
So get ready for that. Anthony Smith, again, that's another reason why this Texas linebacker room is as good as it is. Most people around the country know the name Anthony Hill. They might not know anything about Leon LaFau or Trey Moore or Anthony Smith. Texas fans know a good amount about those guys, and I think the rest of the world is going to be put on notice maybe as soon as next Saturday. All right, we got more Texas to dive into. How about Cristel Conte getting a big contract extension? We'll talk about that.
More money for that guy?
More money for CDC. And also, we haven't talked about the Big Ten's plan to ruin college football. So we'll dive into their hope for the future of the college football playoff in a bit. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends over at Relax the Back. Well, they've given me the support that I needed, and I love my Relax the Back chair that I've been in for quite a few years now. They've got unbelievable office chairs, plus great value right now on zero gravity recliners over at Relax the Back, one of their 2 locations. And there's all kinds of accessories for if you have any pain in your back, your neck, your shoulders, please go to Relax the Back and find one of their accessories that's going to fit you and make you feel fantastic. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. I was in my parents' zero gravity Relax the Back massage chair a couple of days ago. Yeah, I fell asleep. It was nice.
Who are you? You in a beach chair again now?
It's a decent chair. It's like a legit desk chair that my sister's got at her
There you
place, but
go.
it's no relax the back, but it gets the job
Not
done.
like one of your pool chairs that you stole from the pool in Houston before you moved.
No, but I am looking. I do see some patio chairs on the neighbors over there, so maybe I'll go snag one of those. Who knows? Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home, maybe renovate your kitchen, maybe remodel a bathroom, maybe you've got a growing family and you need to add a second story to your home. Maybe you want to do what the Buck did and get a putting green in your yard. McCall Custom Homes can do that. And they've been doing things like that in Central Texas for 4 decades. It's a father-son team with tons of experience. So any idea you have for your home, well, they turn those ideas into reality. They know what it takes to make a Central Texas home turn great because, well, they've been in Central Texas for 4 decades. They're the best in the business. Don't just take my word for it. They're A+ rated by the BBB. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. Just Google them or go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or give Mike a call at 512-633-9580.
Yeah, man.
And
You
shout
know,
out to Al. Oh, go ahead.
my stepdaughter got a car accident. I may have to call in your lawyer. We may have to call. Yeah, we have to make that
Oh,
call.
first of all, is she okay?
She's good.
Okay. Second of all, it's time.
Oh yeah, is it time already?
Oh, yeah. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht
Yeah,
right
man.
there. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Oh, I'm getting peppered by the sun. We didn't have this problem yesterday. I got to see if I can figure out the blinds in here. I'm getting cooked. But Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. There we go. Look at
Now
that.
you go. There you go.
Now we're back, baby. Hurricane Hecht. Yeah, if you get hurt or someone you love, someone you know gets hurt in a car wreck, reach out to Hurricane Hecht and let him fight for you. You're going through enough trying to get your life back on track after a car accident or a workplace accident. Don't try to battle the insurance companies on your own. Let Hurricane Hecht do that for you. He's a great friend. He's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. We've had him on the show a couple of times. And more importantly, he's a fighter for the people. He's compassionate with clients, but he is aggressive in the courtroom, and he's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. And the best part, well, you don't pay unless he wins your case. That's right. No legal fees until he puts money in your pocket. That's how confident he is. And he's going to get you every dollar that you deserve. 512-938-8929. Find him online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Yeah, I had a lady blow through a four-way stop here the other day. It was kind of my turn to go, and as I always look because I'm always waiting for somebody to do that. This lady straight ahead goes straight through because she doesn't even slow down like she saw the stop sign. She went right through it, and I had to slam on the brakes as she went by me. Now I felt bad, so I need something from the people to tell me. I spent probably the next 3 minutes close behind her, blowing the horn at her. Now, is that one I just should have thank God that nothing happened to me and I didn't keep going, that I was on the lookout? Or should I have done that? Should I have just let her know that she just blew through the stop? Do you think one beep was enough to let her know she went through a four-way stop without even slowing down? I mean, she was going up. It would have been the passenger side, but that would have. I'm always on the lookout for the other guy or the other gal doing her makeup or whatever she was doing. But was that chase too far? 3 minutes of blowing the horn behind her?
I would like you to clarify something first.
Yes.
It was a female driver.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you for that. No surprise there. You think she realized she ran through the stop sign? Because, like, we've all run through a stop sign before, but if you're smart, I can't say you're a good driver if you're running through a stop sign, but like you realize midway through, it's like, oh shit, I didn't even see that. I wasn't paying attention. I just totally
Maybe
blew through this thing.
that's probably along the lines that I should have thought instead of being over aggressive with the horn blowing for like half a mile.
Yeah, you followed her.
Oh no, she was only going in the same Fitzhugh, the same place I was on my way to the house, about a half mile away. But it was I felt like I needed to really give a message without throwing the finger out the window or something, just blowing the horn to let her know what she just did. I
Did
mean,
she like wave back at you or anything
no,
like a courtesy, like
no,
my bad, I blew it, I know I screwed up, sorry?
no. I just should have thought that she understood what she did by the horn blowing.
Yeah, well,
But I
that's
don't need her
simple.
coming through there again and it being my turn. And this time I'm trusting that she's going to stop because I'm telling you, I was 3 seconds to bam.
Mm. Yeah, I think the horn is important. I think
That's why
you're
you have
allowed
a
to
horn.
use
Isn't
it.
that why you have a horn?
Yeah, but you got to be careful if you're holding it for like 5, 10 seconds. Then that's
Oh no, it's like I was in LA. You know where LA is? In California.
Louisiana. Oh,
No, no,
oh, oh,
it's in Cali that other LA.
oh.
Like
Thank you.
like UCLA.
Oh, that one's in Louisiana, right?
No, that's one
Oh,
of the things. Yeah, I feel bad when I lean on the horn because I don't like people leaning on the horn a lot. If you
yeah,
beep at me and I've done something, I got it. When you lean
yeah.
on it, now I'm ready to slam on the brakes so you can slam into the back of me and then I can sue you. I
It's
can
just
call a hurricane heck for you slamming in the back of me being so close.
for
But I
sure.
was
No, it's
pissed. That would have hurt. That would have hurt me. The
100%.
speed that she was going, I know that would have hurt. I could, as she went by, I was like, that was going to hurt.
It's definitely the right move to use the horn. It's just, yeah, you got to be careful if you're laying on the horn for 5 seconds or 10 seconds or however long you did. I mean, maybe you see it's a little frail old lady, but hell, we're in Texas, man. Even a little frail old lady could have a piece in her glove
Yeah, this
box.
wasn't like the duck crossing where the guy went around me and was shooting a finger at me and going crazy because I didn't want to run over the duck mama and the little ducklings. And he goes by me with the trailer, and I get to the light, and hopefully he gets out of the car, and I can pin him between his car, his truck, and my car. I'll
Yeah.
just move to the side, have him come to the window, and just pin him. That's a little different. I'm just protecting myself there. So
Yeah. Yeah. You probably shouldn't be running over people either. I feel like that could end poorly for you.
really,
So I guess
that's
the
just
horn
protection.
is,
He gets out of the truck, and he comes between the truck and my window, and I just slightly move over just a little bit. It's
yeah,
not,
you might be able to win that case, but there is going to be a case there, and you're going to have to deal with that kind of stuff. So it's not going to be fun if you take that route. Hopefully, you can diffuse the situation before it gets to that. But yeah, I don't know. No, someone runs a stop sign like that, you gotta,
Mario says two beeps is enough.
yeah, 2 beeps will work. I mean, yeah, you honk at them, you let them know that they screwed up. I'm a big fan. Like, I'll use the horn, but I'll also, I'll do
Oh, you're
this.
getting some hand. You're going to do hand signals outside of the car.
I'm not like or I'm not a bird guy either. I'm not going to hit you with the Tom Herman double bird if you screw something up.
I'm not a bird.
You,
I don't like the bird. The bird doesn't do very much. Everybody gets the bird,
yeah, I'm
sometime or
not.
another. That's nothing exciting. That's like, oh, you're giving me the bird. You must like me or something.
Yeah, I'm not a big road rage guy, thankfully. The worst thing I'll do, yeah, I'll honk, and I hope I get your attention, I guess, on a honk to when I see you look up in your rearview mirror. I'm just doing this, like, what are you doing, idiot?
Yeah,
That's all I want
I
to get
felt bad
across.
because I think more than anything, I was scared for me that I thought that I was very close to just sliding on out there because I had made the full stop.
Well, you know why we need automatic cars, Buck? That's exactly why we need those self-driving
Oh,
cars.
those white cars that I see downtown, is that why we need those?
They don't make those mistakes.
Are you sure? Oh, you mean that
Sure.
car would have stopped?
The car would have stopped at a stop sign, of course, because they're paying attention. That's what my dad always says. Driving's easy. Paying attention is hard. Driverless cars, there's no one in there to be texting behind the wheel. No one in there to be doing their makeup, like you always say, behind the wheel.
I
You're
got a
just
feeling
driving.
that lady's been on that road before. She just didn't pay attention. And
Yeah.
I think that from what my wife tells me, that's a stop sign that a lady died with her kids in the car and a couple of her kids died. Somebody
So it's
blew through
important.
there.
It's important that you're using the horn, right? Like maybe they weren't aware that there was a stop sign there at all. And it's like, oh, now you've let them know that, hey, there's a stop sign here. So next time I'm on this road, I got to slow down. So you're
Yeah, I
doing
need
your
Officer
service.
Jack Wagon to be around there. Where's Jack Wagon at when you need him?
Well, that jack wagon will pull you over for laying on the horn for 10 seconds.
Oh,
It's like excessive trash talk right there, sir.
you're right. I would be the one that got pulled over.
You would be the one that gets pulled over by officers. What was his name? Smallcock?
Oh, Peacock, Officer Peacock.
Officer
of the
Peacock. Sorry about
Lakeway
that.
Police Department.
Sorry about
Probably
that.
Sergeant Peacock.
You think after he pulled you over, he got a promotion?
Probably.
Interesting.
Hey,
All
I
right.
got one of them, if you know what I
What?
mean.
Oh, a TSU host.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sure that's what you mean. Oh, man. Hey, congrats are in order to Texas Athletics Director Chris Del Conte, who got himself another contract extension.
Sweet.
It was announced yesterday, and it will keep him in Austin through 2036. It's 11 years from now, Buck. So CDC isn't going anywhere. I mean, you feel like this may be the best job an athletic director can have in the country. And obviously, CDC gets paid very handsomely to do this gig, and he's put in a ton of work at this gig. So, no surprise that he wants to stick around, and no surprise that Texas wants him to stick around. It's been a match made in heaven since he was hired back in 2017. And as Steven says, yeah, he is all in with Texas, and well, sounds like vice versa, which is a great thing.
Absolutely.
So, this includes a raise, of course. He was set to make $2.6 million next year. He will now make $2.9 million next year.
They
and
win
his
a natty,
salary,
he'll be up to 5 very quickly.
well, his salary is going to rise every year. So it'll go north of $3 million starting in 2027, and then it will gradually increase every year. By 2036, it'll be at 4.25 mil a year.
Yeah, win a natty, and that thing jumps up to 5 in a hurry.
That's a great point. Yeah, Texas, I think they gave him an extension a couple of years ago. They ripped that one up, and they gave him another one this year. That's what 4 Directors' Cups in a 6-year span will do. But you're right. I mean, the biggest thing that CDC has done is get Texas football back on track. And
Yes.
Steve's, firing Tom Herman and hiring Steve Sarkeesian. I don't think there were too many people that upset that Tom Herman was fired, but there were a number of folks questioning the Sark hire. Obviously, year one was not good at all. So those questions got even louder. And it's like, all right, CDC, it's cool that you're making other good hires in other sports, but football is the most important one. And this is the one that's going to determine if you get to keep your job or not. Obviously, Sark has turned things around. And, again, the entire department is the best in America, and it has been in 4 of the last 6 years. That's not opinion, that's
Stayed
fact.
the course. He stayed the course.
Yeah, obviously the move to the SEC has been very good for Texas and has helped the school make a lot of money and will continue to do that moving
Just need him
forward.
to help that little girl out so she gets her brewskis at the games. If we can lower the price of a 6 for her so she doesn't have to rob the piggy bank to get her brew on,
So you're saying don't lower the drinking age so more little girls can drink. You're saying lower the price of beer so this girl can buy more for herself?
She looks like she needs more than just that one because she's taking that all the way to the bottom. I mean, she's not leaving us even a little bit of spit at the bottom of that thing.
No crumbs. No, I mean, it looks like that's her
Look at
second.
her.
That's her second or third beer of the game, don't you think?
I'm still not sure if that's her dad or her mom to the left.
That's her mom trying to bring out a flask so she can have that next.
She wants to join in there.
She's reaching into her purse like, what other booze do we have here?
Now, who's that to the next? That's somebody drinking water to the right of her. Oh, her brother's not allowed to have beer yet.
Well, her brother's probably driving home, so he's got to sober up. He's
she
the
needs
family
a sober
DD.
ride.
Yeah,
she
she
got to
needs
have a sober
ride.
The mom and her can just get hammered at the games.
Of course, yeah, little girl was drinking a little bit, so she's not getting behind the wheel. This is a smart, reasonable family making good decisions here. So, yeah.
Nice, reasonable 6-year-old.
Yeah. Well, brother's got to be drinking the water,
Yeah, brother's 5, and he's got the keys to the car. Great.
Well, the problem is the brother had 4 beers in the first half, and it's the fourth quarter, and he's like, "Oh shit, I'm in trouble if I don't
I better
start."
drink some water here.
Oh man, yeah, CDC. He's lowered some prices of concessions. We showed that graphic last week of what the prices will be at DKR for the upcoming season, but the beer prices, although there were some specials on some, it was like Bud Light and Corona. They did lower the prices on some beers around the stadium this year. So even that little girl can cash in on that, Buck.
Good for her. I don't like her taking money out of her piggy bank. There's no reason for that.
Yeah, you think of what he's done, though. Obviously the success, and you look at some of the other hires, right? I mean, the Vic Schaefer hire has been great for women's hoops. Mike White for softball. Anybody? Hello. The Jim Schlossnagle hire for Texas baseball. The list goes on and on. Bob Bowman for swimming and diving. I mean, it's ridiculous the job that CDC has done. And it's not just football. Again, football is what we talk about the most. It's the most important one. Everybody realizes that. But he's not a guy who like, oh, I only care about football and I'll half-ass everything else as long as football is winning.
No, he wants it all to be the best.
Yeah, he said it from the moment he took this job. Like, he wants Texas to be competing in the top 10 in every sport every year. And since then, he's amended that. He's like, no, we want top 5. We don't just want top 10 anymore. Like, we want top 5 in every sport. And of course, actions speak louder than words, but his actions have done that. Of course, overseeing the South End Zone project at DKR and tons of other renovations for basically every sport has had some sort of facilities upgrade since he took over. And you think of Bevo Boulevard and Longhorn City Limits and just bringing back the tailgating scene and making it just everything way more fun to be a Texas fan. Yeoman's work for CDC. He has been awesome for the university.
Hopefully the folks will be patient with the I-35 deal that's going to happen here during I hate to remind you that, but it's going to be happening here.
Yeah, and look, that's not his decision. Obviously,
No.
that is a state decision. We're talking about an interstate highway, and the University of Texas, even though they're a public university funded by the state, they don't have any say in those types of decisions. So, yeah, people will be complaining to CDC, and that's another thing. I think Del Conte's crazy for doing this, but I'll give him credit for doing this. It's one of the reasons why so many fans love him. He will still reply to Twitter complaints. He gets some of the most ridiculous questions and comments, and people are complaining about the most like minor stuff. And it's like, oh my God, dude, you had to wait in line to get into a football game. There's 100,000 people. Oh shit. And he will still respond and be like, yeah, sorry about that. Like, we're looking into ways to improve our, entry process into DKR next year. Thanks for your feedback. Someone's like, yeah, my beer, like, it's 1 degree warmer this time than it was last time.
Oh, yeah.
Fix this. And he'll respond. He doesn't respond to everything, but he still responds to a lot. And to me, that's insane. Like, he doesn't have to do that at all.
Once again, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Bingo. That's perfect use of that phrase. And it's clear that he cares. I mean, he's out. He goes to a ton of games, and he's not just sitting in a box. Like, he'll walk around and have conversations with the common folk. And yeah, he's it's special, man. We're lucky to have him, and I'm happy that he seems pretty set on finishing his career as an athletic director at the University of Texas.
That's awesome.
Yes, indeed. All right. Do we want to get into this? No, you know what? We'll save the Big Ten playoff stuff for tomorrow.
Okay.
Buck, any thoughts? We do have this Amazon thing that we have to talk about before we get out of here.
Tell me about the Amazon thing, buddy.
Maybe all right, we'll do that now, and we'll have to get Wags and Rodney's thoughts on this when we hit crosstalk at the top of the hour. Where's the picture? Okay. So, look, you can buy anything on Amazon, right?
I never have.
Once?
Never. That's my wife's deal. I don't buy. If I want something, I go pick it up, whether it's Lowe's, Home Depot, Tractor Supply, any kind of thing. I go pick up stuff. I'll go to the mall. If I want it, I go get it. I don't order it online.
Yeah,
I don't give my credit card away online.
Okay, that's a lie. Some of the Fabletics stuff, some of the scams that you've talked about on this show where you're giving out your card information.
I go to the store and do that stuff and use that stuff. Let me just say, I don't purchase anything online.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's incredible. The fact that you have not bought a single thing on Amazon, respect. No. Keeping stores in business. That's awesome that you're doing that, but that's also insane that over all of these years you have not purchased one single item.
No, I've not had anything like that mailed to me. I've not had, weenie pills or any of that other kind of stuff that they're advertising. I haven't given my credit card to have any of the wiener pills sent to me, whether I need them or not.
Oh, I know you need them. So where do you get those?
I don't know how to do that.
You talk about your low T's all the time on this show, so
Yes,
I know you've
I'm
got something to help with that.
Are they wiener pills? Can I get those?
Yeah, can I get some dinger pills, please?
Yeah, please.
You call
Just for the
Frank
fun of
Thomas.
it?
You call, hey, your guy Doug, isn't Doug Flutie doing ads for low T pills these days?
No, that's not. That's supposed to have some vitamin product in it. I'm not looking for vitamins. I'm looking for to get my yeast rising. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for. I don't need another vitamin C. What is that stuff he does?
You're baking bread. You need yeast to rise. What is this?
And I don't need the blue chew. The blue chew, I need it shipped to. They'll ship that stuff to your house. I don't need my significant other knowing that came to me. I'll go pick it up. If somebody tells me where I can go pick it up myself, where can I pick it up at the mall? Do they have it at the kiosks yet?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't spend a lot of time at the mall these days. I'd never really have enjoyed the mall, so I couldn't tell you. But I don't think they have that stuff just available for purchase out there. By the way, Doug Flutie was at Nugenix Total T. You asked about what he was doing. That's a testosterone boost. That's what it is. It's a daily dietary supplement.
I'm not buying it. That works. I just take my little baby aspirin every day and go about my business. That and a little vitamin C pill. See you later.
There you go. That's all you need. I don't know if that's going to help the little man downstairs, but it'll help keep you alive. So that's a good thing right there.
Yes.
All right. Well, you can share your plug for those dinger pills some other time. I did wonder if this is going to change your tune on Amazon, because I have never seen this available for purchase anywhere else. Maybe there are some stores somewhere where you could buy these, but this is the first time that my eyes have seen this. And well, I found this one on Amazon, or I should say this one found me yesterday. We have ourselves a pre-stained pair of men's underwear, Buck.
Oh, why am I laughing? That is so disgusting.
You can actually purchase this. It's a pair of men's tighty-whities, but they're not fully white. On the rear end, right near the crack, there is a long brown stain.
That's not a stain. Somebody sharded themselves. That's not a stain. That's legitimately sharding your underwear there.
It looks pretty good, right? It kind of looks real.
Dude, on my worst day, I've never done one of those. On my worst Gold Bond powder day, my worst has never been like that.
You are on the record saying that you have never crapped yourself and you never will crap yourself, right? You have said that you will find a random car, crack open the trunk, and take a shit in there.
Yeah, I'll just sit there with my legs dangling out the back.
Yeah, you see someone's window cracked in an HEB parking lot, and it's like, I think there's enough space. Let me go ahead and do that in there. You will do that over dropping a deuce in your own pants, correct?
Dude, I remember I stopped at 34 Wine and Spirits on the way home. And he said, like, what are you doing here? I'm just coming to use your bathroom.
I don't even want to talk. I got nothing to say to you, kid. I just, look, I raised you. I changed your diaper. The least you could do is let one go in your
Clog
store.
up your bathroom, yeah.
Oh, did you clog it?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have much power in it. It wasn't, they had a plunger, and I tried to do my plunging thing because I'm really successful at doing that.
Yeah.
So I just, and the older to get, the more toilet paper you use up, so.
It didn't work? You plunged it, and then you couldn't get it to flush, and you just left?
Yeah, I left. I had to go. My wife was in the car.
Did you tell him?
Oh, I let him know. I said, you're going to have to work at that a little bit more.
Oh, my God. That's incredible. Wow. That's non-paying customer, too. A non-drinker going into a liquor store, and you clog the toilet. It's the start of a joke right there.
And walked out.
That is awesome.
What is this? What is this? Like a brown magic marker?
So the name of the store that is selling this, again, this is on Amazon, but obviously, well, maybe you don't know this. For everyone else, I think it's obvious that a bunch of storefronts put their items on Amazon. And they partner with Amazon to sell their stuff online. So the name of the store that is selling this is the Reeky Streakies store. It's pretty good right there. Feels like an apt name. And these are tighty-whities pre-stained Men's briefs underwear, one pair. It says reek not included. So they aren't smelly, and I don't think there's a scratch and sniff function here. But I do think if you get close enough to that area of the tidy whities and they're being worn, you're going to smell something you probably don't want to smell.
Yeah, I don't wear tidy whities anyway. I don't take those chances anymore. My undies have color to them.
So what's the point of this?
There is no point. Somebody's just stupid.
This is like just a total gag gift, right? Like you mess with your friends, you buy them something like a Secret Santa or a white elephant or something like that.
Yeah, that's all. That can't. Nobody wants to run around with that fake stain on their ass crack. I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't like. Is this just? I don't know who removed the screen. I don't know if.
And I'll just say this. I don't do my own laundry. Can you imagine having that dropped in there for my wife to do?
Oh, that'd be hilarious. Well, if you want to mess with her, see, this is why you buy this. She does your laundry. If you want to mess with her, you just throw this into the pile and freak her out.
I would say there's a lot of things about her that are wonderful. She doesn't have that kind of sense of humor. She wouldn't find that funny.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen until it happens, Buck. This is this
that would be used as that would end up being used as my pillowcase when I went to bed.
That fits on your pillow?
I would just say she would make it fit and think that to get me back, but she wouldn't find that funny.
You did use a jock strap as a COVID mask for a couple of years.
And it worked. And it worked. Well, it didn't work. I still got COVID twice.
This could be your next COVID mask right here. If you start wearing masks again, you could just
with the stain on the nose.
Hey, hey, if you wear one of those masks, like you don't want to be around people, right? You want people to keep their distance. This is a good way to get people to keep their distance if you're wearing shit-stained underwear on your face.
Yeah, there has been. I'll just say this: there's been some gag deals that's one of them. I wouldn't want that. I once had a golf hat that said "F you effing F," and I was going to wear it on the first tee box at a club. And my friend said, "You're not really going to wear that at the first tee box where people see you that says F you effing F." I had that I think I still have it in my old golf bag. I need to bring that out. I never had the cojones to put that on my head and actually wear that on the golf course. And I don't think I will. That's too much. Like this is too much.
That's great. Now you should wear that on the show one time. Like after a Texas loss or something, you wear that.
I'll find that hat now. I can wear it on this and just be right here with the, I don't know. I don't want Jay to start selling. Jay may start selling them.
Jay's going to ask where you got one, I think. Some of the folks who walk into his store.
I got to find out if it's my tour bag.
Yeah, I like that. So you care to take a guess on how much a pair of these pre-stained underwear costs?
$37.95.
No, not that much. One pair of underwear? Do people pay that much for a pair of underwear?
No.
I think like a six-pack for like $20. I'm not paying $37.95 for one pair. That's insane. Or are you paying that?
No, I'm not paying that. My MeUndies I wear MeUndies. They have a special once a year before Christmas that you can get a bunch of them, but they're generally around $19.
That's absurd. They better be like they better be giving you fellatio
they're great.
at that price.
They hold my stuff. That's important to me.
Okay. We'll bring on the boys here. You guys, Double R, welcome back.
They better be giving you what? They better be giving you what?
Better be giving you fellatio at that price.
That's what I thought I heard you say.
Who's that? Who's fellatio?
Is that an ice cream flavor? What is that?
He's a poet. He's a poet.
He's a poet. Nice.
It's a good friend of all of ours, I think.
That's right.
What do you do? I mean,
friend of all of ours.
Is that what I think? Those are the undies. Now, and if I were, I would say with my kids, my 4 kids, if it was back in the day at Christmas, when they're waiting at the stairs to go down, and you can't let they had the line up. When at my house, it was the oldest was first in line, and because people would get up at like 3:30 in the morning, to go down for Christmas. Now, as the dad with my 4 kids back in the day, I would have tried that.
I don't know.
I would have tried that, BK, back then. I wouldn't
Yeah.
do it now. There's nothing at 70 that I would do that for. But with my kids, I would have definitely gag joked them with that coming down the stairs at Christmas. They would have died. That's a good dad. Is that not a good dad joke? That's a good dad joke right there.
Especially if you're like especially if you're making breakfast that morning too, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You're just in the kitchen, just flipping some pancakes and frying some eggs and bacon, baby.
Oh, that is great.
That'd be great. They
Someone
should.
give me a pair of those. I can't use them in my
Then
house.
you go back there, you start digging at your ass. Hold on, man. Let me get some cheddar for you.
Yeah.
I left some spices.
Listen, I can't use that at my house, but I could go to y'all's house and make pancakes and wear them.
Little batter. Got some batter back there. See, that's why I don't wear tighty whities. That right there. Because if you shart yourself, I mean, then you got to pull that stuff down.
Guys.
I need that at fish camp.
You guys
That was
don't wipe
great at
until it's
fish
all
camp.
gone?
Hold on. There's two of you talking. What's up?
You guys don't wipe until it's all gone, though? Like, that's like
That's
I
not
wipe
what
until
those
there's
are,
blood.
man. That's not even real.
Sometimes
I know that, but I mean, like Rodney's saying that's why he doesn't wear tighty whities. We shouldn't even have that problem. Like, I literally wipe until there's blood coming out. Like, that's how bad.
I don't want a blood stain either, you know?
Oh my God.
Brown or
Yeah.
red. But
Hey,
the thing is, if
mistakes
you
are
fart-
made.
Yeah.
Mistakes get made sometimes.
That's right. If you fart hard enough, you end up with that.
Yeah, I think it's less of a wiping thing. This looks like, oh, shoot, this fart was not a fart. There was a little bit of extra on this thing.
Yeah.
A little bit of sauce to it.
BK, order that for me so I can get those for fish camp. Definitely at fish camp, I can come down with those on.
Buck, we got to get you talking. We got to get the Buck talking to Duluth because I'm wearing some Duluth right now and they say Buck naked on them right now. So maybe we could get a play on words with the Buck there.
You guys, okay,
they're
Bucky said $37 for this. Wags, I'll go to you first. You got a guess for how much one pair of these pre-stained briefs cost?
I think Bucky's kind of right around it. Like, that's the marketing price. I mean, I'm not Drew Carey on prices right here, but I would like to think that it's probably the retail selling value is probably around $30.
Okay, double R.
I think you're probably looking at $24.99 or so, right around 25.
Well, if we're playing Price is Right rules, you all lose. If we're not, double R wins because it's $24 on the nose.
There you go.
$24 for a pair of these, and I see them. They only go up to XL, small,
Is it just
medium,
one?
large, XL. One pair. Yep.
I was going to say,
So that's
because
not like 24 for 3.
No, and you don't get a scratch and sniff card with these either.
I was going to say, because like last year I had to go buy some good underwear because I had some stuff I had to do and I couldn't wear my, raggedy ones with holes in them. And I was bigger at the time and I had to buy like some double X at the time. Thank goodness I don't wear them anymore. But those things were expensive because I had to go to the big guy store. And it was like
More material.
More, I guess, stronger elastic.
Pre-tariff.
Damn tariffs.
More material.
The thing is, this is $24. I could do this for myself for free any day.
Yes.
Why are people paying for this? I can do this right now.
That is a symmetrical cheek implant, though. Like, that's like perfectly in the cheek and line, though. I don't think.
Mine would be crooked.
You have spatter. You have some spatter, like blood spatter.
Mine would
from
be
a murder
jagged edge.
scene.
Looks like a shotgun. Looks like a buckshot.
Look like barbed wire.
Buckshot.
Look like barbed wire.
Rodney, you realize something? I have never ordered anything on Amazon ever.
What? Ever?
Never.
Not even like a book or anything?
No. I go and get my stuff. I don't order online.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's something about that physical, feel, like the vibe of getting your own stuff like in the store. But there's also, then you got to deal with all the crazies out and about, man.
People.
So
yeah,
I don't know. I'd rather stick with all the crazies online, I think.
Oh, really?
No, not them either. But I mean, I
stick
just
with
rather
them online every day when they're trying to mail me something or ask me to give them my number or say some words into the microphone so they can get into my cards.
That's an interesting question.
What are you doing this morning? You looking all savvy and stuff. What's up with you?
Who?
Who, me?
With the Buck. Well, you too, Rodney.
I'm going to play
Good
golf.
too, man,
I'm going to the UT club for golf today.
Oh, well,
okay.
excuse me.
Maybe Scheffler will be there. Maybe he can give me some pointers.
There you
I
go.
know he's kind of busy this week, but maybe he stopped by.
You could use some pointers. We could all use some pointers, I think, from that guy.
Acting classes too. Apparently, he's going to be the next acting sensation.
It's a great
Yeah,
actor.
job.
Scheffler.
Did a
Nothing
really
the
good
guy
job.
can't do.
Scream, baby.
All right,
Shit.
order me those because I can. You know what? When next time my sister tells me instead of coming to Pennsylvania and staying at a hotel, stay at my place, I said, "Well, great. I'll make breakfast too, and I'll start making breakfast with those and see what she says."
I'll stand at
Start
the
digging down
stove.
there. Hold on, I got some flavor. You got any jelly?
Oh. All right, boys, have a good
All right,
day. I'm out.
guys.
See you
See
later,
y'all
guys.
tomorrow.
I got some Nutella right here. Y'all got any jelly? All right, man. Oh, wow.
Peanut butter and jelly.
Welcome to a Tuesday edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. You can find us on your socials on InstaFace. I'm at the Wagner Wire. And then my partner in crime, he is the Rodney R on InstaFace. On Brand X/Twitterverse, you can hit us up. I'm at Not the Fake Wags, and he is at the Rodney R. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, honk, 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 hit us up on that coded text line, 512-222-9328. Again, the lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get those crowns on top of your head as you comment with us here on this wonderful Tuesday, amigo. How are you, good sir? You are looking
Good,
Where are
man.
you? Are you going to an SEC like showcase? Like, what's going on with you? What's up?
No, I've got a Zoom.
You got a
thing.
golf tournament you're playing in too? What's up?
No, I've got a Zoom thing after the show, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna put the Mullet Open shirt on.
Do you have a Zoom thing with the Commodores?
No,
That Zoom?
No, I wish.
Oh,
I wish.
Zoom, my life.
And it's not Aretha Franklin who's zooming who. It's not. It's none of that. It's none of that. So, so I figured out.
God, I'm probably gonna throw some Commodores on today and just listen. Just go. Just
that's not a bad thing.
Me and Lionel Richie just gonna have a nice little day today.
I like old Lionel Richie. My when I was a kid, all the kids in my school used to say that my dad looked like Lionel Richie. I'm
Your
like,
dad
wait a minute, Lionel Richie's a black man.
That's not a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing at
Lionel
all.
Richie could pull some strings.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, my dad could too back in the day. But anyway, so yeah, I was like, your dad looks like Lionel Richie. And I'm like, oh, yeah, maybe it's him. I don't know. But
Or was he dancing on the ceiling?
shit. No, but he could two-step on the floor. I will tell you that
Well,
right there.
my friends, the time has come.
That's a Hispanic man that can do the old two-step right there.
Oh, there you go. I learned
you
from my
two-step?
granddad how to cut linoleum. I'm pretty good. I can dance. I can cut
You
some
can.
linoleum, buddy.
I was never a good, especially the country dancing thing. You know, if I'm out on the
Yeah, that
floor
kind
for
of-
disco, I got one move.
The country dancing kind of eluded me. I don't really know how. Which it's funny because that's the easiest kind to do, right? The square dancing and shit.
I don't know about square, like the two-step square dancing.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like I know how to polka.
like the
1, 2,
two-step
3,
thing.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I know how to do the German polka, but I
The
mean,
two-step, it's like boom, 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 or some shit like that. And then I had a girlfriend, you know, an older lady, older than I was at the time, and she just loved to go country dancing all the time. And so I would like take her country dancing, and I like step all over her, you know, whatever. But you know, young brash kid, I didn't have any idea.
2 left feet, amigo. Man, we had some Monday Night Football last night. We got Clemson to talk about today. Good article on ESPN about Dabo and the relationship between Dabo and Klubnik. If you guys haven't seen that, we'll talk about that a little bit here. And just on we give Dabo a lot of shit. We'll start with that, right? We'll open it up with that. Okay.
Yeah.
We give Dabo. We give coaches that are that fail or are reluctant to embrace the new school ways of college. We give them a lot of shit. Like, you know, you either adapt or you fade away, right? Or you become irrelevant. But there is something, and we usually give Dabo some grief about just not embracing the transfer portal or being late to the transfer portal or, you know, being that traditional that he believes in his guys. But there is a counterpoint to that, right? So there's an article that came out on ESPN today, just asking like, you know, where was the psyche of Klubnik, you know, after, you know, his first couple of years, right? And when after the season after they went 9-4, right? And it looked like they were basically starting to come, like the program was starting to decline instead of, kind of compete with championship contention, almost like it did every year. Well, and they were starting to lose the pipeline. They were starting to lose recruiting classes, the recruiting battles to Georgia. They were starting to lose out on everything. And, people were all around Klubnik's, realm and that Clemson realm and Death Valley realm, he was starting to hear the mumbles, right? Like, this guy sucks. Like, this guy is not a winner. This guy, and we know all this guy's ever done is win at Westlake. Like that, like he has that winning pedigree. Okay, not just in football, but in track as well. Like the guy can excel. Okay, and to have your just to not have your optimal beliefs in yourself, or just to question your, I guess, your template or your structure, in a very transformable year or pivotal year, when you're in college, it's got to set you back. It's got to mess with you just a little bit. Hell, Rodney, I mean, we're grown men and we struggle with thought, half the time, right? We struggle with our own psyche from half the time, right? We're always in our heads, right? Imagine what a young man's going through when all he knows is confidence. And then, all of a sudden the world seems to be crashing down around him and nobody believes in him yet. But there's one guy that comes to him in all the storm and becomes his resolve and resolute. And that's Dabo Swinney. And as much shit as we give Dabo Swinney, I mean, dude, if you read this story and you hear, Klubnik's testimony on just how impressionable Dabo was, man, not just in the recruiting classes, but this is what you go to school for, right? This is why you follow up and go to that institution where the coach is giving you the promises, right? Like, he's just like, all right, he's saying everything that that I want to hear on the couch and at the dinner table. Like, is he going to pull through? Is he going to follow through with what he's saying, right? Dabo did. Dabo absolutely did. He lived up to as far as what Klubnik's saying, he lived up to everything. When everybody could have turned on Klubnik and Dabo could have embraced the transfer portal and got the next hottest item in at quarterback because there's a scarcity in the nation with it, he did. He stuck with Klubnik. He's like, hey, man, I believe in you. His words, I believe in you. You're my guy. All right. Yeah. That goes a long way, dude. That does. I mean, especially if you're, if you're a young, not just a young man, but just a young leader in itself, trying to find yourself again, man. Like, God, it speaks volumes, and it's somebody that you would be willing to run through a wall for. And as much shit as I give Dabo Swinney, I read this thing this morning, and I'm not on the Dabo Swinney bandwagon, and I'm not a fan of Dabo, but I mean, shit. You know what I mean? Like, if that's how you're going to be with every one of your players, and especially when they're in times of struggle, that's the type of coach that you need, that anybody wants in their locker room leading them. It just is. They might not be, smart embracing the transfer portal, but damn, if that's not character, man, and that's character that sticks up for you.
Yeah, you have to have, somebody that's going to believe in you. I mean,
correct.
The buy-in attitude and so forth. And I think that this whole story is a very good equation of college athletics, what it really should be, to where it's like this is going to be Dabo's guy, and he brings him in, and of course you're going to come out and you're going to stumble and you're going to fall. And as I was reading that, I was
especially if you're a true freshman,
right?
Right.
Exactly. And as I was reading that again, I'm going to go back to Quinn Ewers here. This is where, as I'm reading this is where, when folks talk about why didn't Sark pull out Ewers and go with Manning? Because Sark had his guy. He had Quinn Ewers that he had bought into, and Quinn Ewers had taken the program to this point, and he's going to let him finish the job. And it just so happens that right now, if you look at, and this is where, if you look at Clemson, which we'll kind of preview them here in just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Look at what they have done. They've gotten Cade Klubnik to this point, and again, I think it's so cool that we know the Cade Klubnik, like you talked about, that we watched him in high school and watched him throughout his progression all the way up to this point. But when you really look at this right now, they've put all the pieces around him just like Quinn Ewers had. So I think that this is one hell of a way.
Their worst. They've only lost 4 games.
Yeah.
Like in the time of this rebuild, right? They've lost 4 games. So they've had a very high floor. This could be one hell of a ceiling for them this year. I mean, hell, they're touted as the number 16, in the old coaches polls, number 16 in the nation. That's kind of what we're covering here. But yeah, and then also too, right? Like you speak to, the confidence of Klubnik too, right? When he's on the field, especially like when we all struggle, right? It's peaks and valleys for everybody, right? And especially like when you're a quarterback and the spotlight's on you, and say you have like a game where you throw 2 interceptions, you know what I mean, and you're coming off of that. Like my point is, you don't want to constantly be looking over your shoulder thinking that you're going to get the hook just because you threw a bad pass or just because you threw an interception, right? And I would venture to say that the worst days of Klubnik's collegiate career are behind him. Like he's got the reps, he's got a ton of experience, he's got the wheels, he knows the playbook. Now I'm pretty sure Dabo's got that thing wide open and is going to allow the RPO to come into effect. And this should be a huge year for Klubnik and Williams. It just, they had an impressive year last year. They dialed up and touched some numbers. I think they're going to exceed those expectations from last year and dial up some bigger numbers this year, man.
With the Klubnik thing too, I think this is where when folks have said that Dabo didn't want to adapt, didn't want to embrace a portal, didn't want to do who's the beneficiary right here? Cade Klubnik, because now that
sure, and Dabo too, right? Because he's got a seasoned quarterback.
Yeah, and you look at this and Klubnik has thrust himself into a Heisman Trophy favorite, and the fact is, it would have been real easy if Dabo Swinney would have done like a lot of other coaches do, to go shopping. Shopping and hire somebody else.
You almost have that that pressure to do so, right? Because of instant when you have to win almost every year, right? But it seemed like Dabo's job was intact and he was confident with going like that. Double R, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. And the thing about it is now, and it's funny the way that with the transfer portal, with NIL, where a lot of coaches, a lot of programs, boom, they go right in and they embrace it and they do whatever. But if you read everything that we're going to talk about today about Clemson, if you go in there and you look at it, bits and pieces are scattered in there, thrown in about transfers and so forth and so on, to where they've kind of eased themselves into this. And yet, as much as people want to frown on Dabo, they've never really fallen off the map. They've slipped back a little bit.
Four losses has been their worst season.
Right. That's like
back-to-back 4 losses, but still.
Right. And when you say like Alabama's done, no, they slipped back a little bit. They changed the program up. And that's where I think that Dabo, I think a lot of people need to be apologizing for saying, well, he doesn't want to embrace this and the system sucks and he's old school or whatever. Yeah, he's old school, but I think he's figured out a way to go ahead and incorporate that into his program, because these guys are very capable of winning national championships.
There's some balance. I still think that, he could be way more active in the portal if he wanted to, but it does speak volumes when you have, a coach that absolutely, just to what you said, could go out and go shopping and get that brand new toy, that golden toy that's gonna be fresh and hot on the market. But he's just like, you know what, my toy is pretty damn good. I'm just gonna put some additions on there and put some upgrades on. He's gonna be fine. So
yeah. It's like when you're trying to become a good putter in golf, and and you sit there and I'm
still keep preaching, because I'm still trying to become a good putter.
Well, me too. But what a lot of people do, because I've talked to a lot of golfers, because I'm a horrible putter. And the thing is, it's like, well, you need to go get this putter, or you need to go get this putter, or whatever. And I talked to one dude, like an old golfer. He's like, you have a pretty good putter. Why don't you just learn the mechanics of it and learn how to use it? And that's exactly what we're looking at right here. This coach has brought out the best in his guy. And isn't it the weird thing? The whole thing about young athletes like this, it just took that belief in him. Don't listen to all that outside noise. Don't worry about all that bullshit.
Turn that shit off, man. That's it.
Yeah.
It's the people that matter. Those people, you don't even know them. They don't even matter to you, right? Yeah. Pay attention to the ones in the intimate setting and the intimate vibe. Like, we're the ones that here. We're your family. We're the ones that care.
That's
right?
Exactly right.
That's
exactly right. Because it's like we say all the time: opinions and assholes. Everybody has one.
Everybody got them.
Everybody got them, and they're going to tell you exactly what they're thinking. Of course, they'll never tell you that to your face. But anyway,
some people will. I heard the conversation about road rage with the gents. Like, I'm not the guy. And real quick on this, what I mean? Like, I'm not going to yell at you, but if you do something, I will stare with a smile on my face, right? Or if you're staring over, you know what I mean? I'm not going to sit there and keep my head, straight and just look at the light and say what's in front of me. If I feel you staring, I'm looking right back over you. I'm also rolling my window down, and my go-to is there something in here you want? Do I got something you want? And usually they just shut the hell up. And people they want to seem like keyboard gangsters until you absolutely step up, stand up for your fucking self. You know what I mean? That's my PSA for the day. Sorry about that. Got a little let one slip there. Sorry for the F-bomb, but back on the sports. My bad.
I've kind of found with driving, because I do a lot of driving. I found that the good old, I don't care what state you're in, the good old, if you mess up,
just say I'm sorry, my bad. Own up to it. Be accountable. I do it all the time. I didn't see you in my blind spot, dude. And I'll even stop. I'll be, man, I am so sorry, dude. I literally, it was a blind spot. My bad. Thank you so much for you know what I mean? It goes a long way, dude. It's like confidence. It's like having courage in somebody or having faith in somebody.
Yeah, it's like you need to merge or whatever. A little wave is probably going to get you merged in.
Right.
And it's I was riding with a dude one time, and something happened to where. So this dude makes a pass and gets in front of us, and my buddy's all pissed off. My buddy's all pissed off. He cut us off. And
but I'm like, I'm your buddy. All right. If I'm in the car, I am your buddy. That son of a bitch knew exactly what he
was. And then this dude taps the brakes twice. You see the red lights, boom, boom. And my buddy's like, this son of a bitch, he's trying to hit the brakes, so we hit him. I'm like, no, dude, he's telling you thank you.
No, he's not.
No, he is. That's
well,
a common
if that's a signal. If that's a signal, I need to know that signal, because
it is. If somebody, like, if you let somebody pass or whatever, and they get in front of you and they double tap the brakes and the brakes go red, boom, boom, they're telling you thanks. That's
okay. Well, I'll be on the lookout for that, because usually I thought that was somebody just trying to get me on some insurance. So
yeah. Trying to.
Are you sure that wasn't me in your car?
No, it wasn't you with me, but this dude's all pissed off. I'm like,
dude, it's like, okay, so my thing, all right, Kate, the number one thing that drives me nuts, and it's right here, it's always in Austin, it's always when you're going down on 35 South. If you're taking 183 South and you're getting ready to merge and getting onto that ramp for 35 South, it's like clockwork, man. Everybody flies up all to the left, they stay like they're going towards the airport, and then at the last second they get all over and they try. No, dude, I noticed that you're blinker, and guess what? You have Texas plates. You're from Austin. You do this route every day. Get in the back of the line like everybody else and wait your turn. Stop cutting people off. Yeah, I'm the asshole that doesn't let you in. I am that guy.
What was so weird for me when I started driving, like on big freeways, when I came to the bigger city, when I came from the small town to the big city, Wags, when I learned how to drive, my first like real, intense driving was like on the racetrack when I was a kid, because my dad had me in race cars.
Very aggressive driver.
But it was always like, it's like, okay, if I want to make a lane change and I hit the blinker to make a lane change, they're not going to let me in because they want to try to pass me.
Yeah, get on in there. Yeah.
And it was like, that's where it took me a long time to realize, if you put the blinker on in advance, and that's kind of one of the few times, PSA, if you're on the freeway, I know if you don't like using blinkers and all that shit, use it on the freeway, because at least it gives gives the other guy a halfway thought that what you're trying to do, because it gives them time. What they teach you in driver's ed, IPDE: identify, predict, decide, execute.
You should be.
It gives them a little bit of time. It gives.
I can see you as a driver's ed teacher. Hey, real quick, I'll give you one more road PSA. All right, if you're in the toll road, if you're utilizing the toll road, at least go over the speed limit or the speed limit. Don't be in the toll road going under the speed limit. We get it, asshole. You have money. All right, we got it. Now you're slowing everybody else down. We're trying to use the toll to bypass. All right, there you go. That's it. Now back to sports. Boom! There's your 5-minute PSA traffic announcement, sponsored by nobody.
Traffic with remember on the radio they had all them traffic names for the helicopter guy. They had all these zany names where they would call I don't remember, there was a guy named Buck Naked.
No, I got Buck Naked drawers on right now though, from Duluth. They're good, man. They're a little pricey, but they last a long time. I mean, they'll last you a few years, dude.
I remember on Austin radio there was a lady that used to do the traffic, and she was Lucy in the Sky. And I bet she wasn't even
diamonds. Did she have diamonds on? We had we were over real quick, just the Iraq story, real quick. When we were overseas, there was this
Show is
girl.
freaking off the rails.
I can't remember what her call sign was, but she knew what she was doing. She had like a radio watch at like a radio watch shift from like 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. or 2 a.m. and all the boys that were on the late night post or whatever, she'd give, all right, boys, y'all have a good night, good rest of your night. I'm signing off tonight or whatever. And that was, you're not supposed to be doing that on the net. That's a company wide net. You can't be doing that shit. Or no, that was battalion wide net. We didn't have any ladies in our battalion or in our company, so it was battalion wide. Anyways, just to throw you off on a tangent there. Where do you want to go next, partner? We got a little bit more to talk about. We had Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football last night.
Thank you, Hunter. Back to sports.
Back to sports. Yeah, right on cue. Right on cue.
Bottom of the hour. Back to sports. Joe Burrow, my man. I turned that. I had that game like I told you.
They look good, dude. They look good. I mean, but so does Washington. Washington looks good, especially with the advent of Dabo Sweeney too. Now, like when if they can get things settled with Scary Terry,
Debo Samuel.
What did I say?
Dabo Sweeney.
Dabo Sweeney. Yeah, my bad.
Let's see that old dude out there running routes.
You see Dabo return the light.
Dabo on that reverse last night, dude.
Dabo ran that reverse last night pretty damn well. Yeah, Debo Sweeney. Debo Sweeney. Debo Sweeney around the end.
Oh shit!
Yeah, Debo Samuel last night was fantastic. With the advent of Debo Sweeney, there we go. With the advent of Debo Samuel, if they have like a legit actual Z to come through, if Scary Terry gets his shit together and Washington gets on the same page with each other, they could actually make something. One hell of an arsenal for Daniels, right? Daniels' ability to elude tacklers and be able to use his wheels too. I'm sure it drives Dan Quinn nuts, right? Get down. No, great touchdown. Sure. That's got to be, it's got to be, just a hair puller, right? Got to be driving you nuts, but still, that's what he brings. It's that X factor that he brings to the table. Man, I wanted to say that they might have a sophomore slump because of Daniels here, because there's going to be film out. People will be able to adjust, but and again, it was preseason, and I honestly think if Cincinnati was going full go there, we know that Cincinnati's defense is sus anyways. But if Hendrickson was on the field, if they were at full fledged, and it seemed like they were just taking they were kind of going in at half speed at least on the first series, for Washington. That's kind of, why Daniels got into the end zone. They kind of let up, and Daniels kind of just waltzed in there, right? Anyways, 4-play or 7-play drive, I think, for the Washington Commanders on their first series looked pretty damn good. And yet, Debo Samuel, with that new advent to that roster there, could be absolutely electric. He's starting to look like the Samuel of old, man, back there at San Francisco, getting him involved with the end around there. Like to see what that Swiss Army knife can do. And
it looks like that they have a couple of guys that can run the football as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, Washington's always been a good, and I'm pretty sure once Robinson gets back, they'll be, a pretty, I would say not top 5, but around like top 10 backfields, I would think.
Yeah. That Krosky Merritt and Rodriguez tandem last night, really, really good. Again,
Rodriguez is a G, dude.
That dude, he reminds me of just a good old school fullback that can run pretty fast. It looks like with that guy.
He's got some spurts, though, man. He's got some spurts. He can hit you.
He absolutely does. But this is where I go back to with Cincinnati. You've got this loaded offense, and you've got Joe Burrow, and for crying out loud, it seems like every time I look up, this dude's getting chased back almost to a safety, getting pounded on. I'm like, what are you doing here? I mean, you've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Let's kind of take it easy with this guy in preseason.
Oh, if you can get Rob, if you can go get B-Rob, that's if you can lure him away. But I got a funny feeling that, Washington's going to try and do their best to retain him. I know that they didn't, reach an agreement, but still, if you can get somebody on the cheap. But yeah, I mean, everybody's trash is somebody else's treasure, right? And it looks like Dallas could use a lot of treasure in that backfield.
Dallas is a mess. Watching that Saturday night, I was in DFW.
Nick says it's going to be Williams out of the backfield.
No,
it's going to be the number one. So
got to be somebody. But
it's gotta be
I just go back to, man, if Dak Prescott goes down, holy moly, you are in trouble. And the defense is spotty. These guys can't tackle. There's a lot with that, but that's a Cowboy discussion. But I think the Commanders really need to get Terry McLaurin's deal done to get him in there, to get him reacclimated with Jaden Daniels, because you got a lot of other pieces there.
Yeah, it could be a special offense with that guy, right? Like he needed a little bit of help in that offense from the wide receiver room. He's got it. Now he's got it. It's not all on him. He's got the defense is going to have to pay attention to Samuel now, right? They're going to have to stay honest. They can't stay all on McLaurin. They can't double team him all the time. They can't brag at him all the time. It's just going to leave Samuel wide open. So again, it's going to allow him to get vertical and blow the doors off some defenses. Maybe even eat up some in the hash too, man. Could be a big year for Terry. Could be a crazy year. Real quick though, before we move on to Clemson, were you able to see the Sports Center after Monday Night Football?
Oh, with Rich Eisen?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. It's been 20 years since Rich Eisen's been back in the saddle for Sports Center, but I'm a huge Scott Van Pelt fan, huge SVP fan. And Sports Center at night with SVP was my that was my show, man. Like that's the only thing that really ESPN actually had me on. I mean, I'd watch McAfee here and there, but usually I have Texas Sports Unfiltered on, so I'm listening to Chip and Zay mostly. It was good to see, that nice callback, right? But clearly that when ESPN and Disney did this deal with NFL Network, like this was part of the gig. Okay. Like if you're absorbing NFL, if we're coming over there, then Eisen's going to have an anchor spot. Like one of our anchors is going to be on in place of your stead. I did not think it was going to be SVP. I did not think that Scott Van Pelt would be replaced by Rich Eisen. It's nice to see Rich Eisen again, but not at the expense of SVP, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, this is so weird. I actually saw something this morning. I don't know if you probably haven't seen this, Wags, but I saw something this morning, with local TV stations. So apparently now Nexstar is going to buy Tegna. So KXAN and KView are going to be owned by the same company, which it's funny how media works right now. And that's, the Rich Eisen thing. I know he's going to assume, the midday slot on ESPN radio. And is he doing Sports Center night? Because there wasn't a release on it. I don't know. I don't know what's going. So is SVP? They took that away from him.
I haven't seen anything from SVP saying that he's been.
Oh, he's back next week. Says Jake. Released. He's back next week. Says Jake. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Right on.
Yeah. So ESPN direct to customer. Scott Van Pelt. Yeah, you need that, because I think what I like about SVP on SportsCenter at the end of the night, it's an enlightening way to recap the day. It's not just for me, it's very selfish and reminds me of home. Like I hear the Maryland accent, right? It makes me think of growing up. It makes me think of being back home, at my grandma's house. My granddad's house. Like it's that soothing, just return to home at night. Like it just gives me that vibe at night. So and it's completely selfish, and that's why I like it. But I can't speak to everybody else. So yeah, absolutely. No, good stuff right there. Wags, got to talk about McCall Custom Homes before we get any further.
Talk about them.
Absolutely. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. If you're thinking about that home renovation project as the summer begins to wind itself down, football season coming along, I don't know what you're looking to do. You want to upgrade that outdoor space, kitchen renovation, bath renovation, living space renovation, adding a second story to your house. Maybe you want to buy or build a brand new house. Hey, there's one place that I'm going to send you. It's McCall-CustomHomesATX.com. Call or text our man, Mike, 512-633-9580. Get that estimate in, and I got to tell you, the coolest part that I'm a satisfied McCall Custom Homes customer was the continuous, okay, here's what we're doing today. Here's what's coming up next. We might have to do this. Just you're in the know with everything going on, as a lot of times your house is getting torn apart when something is happening right here. Things are going to pop up, and it's like, okay, well, we ran into this. Here's how we're going to solve it. Right there, walking hand in hand with you in the most amazing trades that you're going to find. I mean, when you have folks that are walking into your house that are coming to do this work, they come in, they greet you. They're like, hey, my name is so-and-so. Here's what I'm going to be doing today. And that's the trades doing that. That's not, I mean, Mike and Steve, those dudes are going to give you an idea of what they're doing. But when the trade comes in and they say, hello, my name is whoever, and I'm here today to do your plumbing. That's great. I mean, it's really cool stuff. 40 years, family owned and operated. Been doing it a long time here in Central Texas. Family owned. That's what it's all about. Serving all of you. Check out the gallery of projects. McCall-CustomHomesATX.com. Again, get that estimate at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build quality, or we build value into your home.
Yes, they do. Hey, did you see that Quentin Joyner went down in practice for Texas Tech?
I did. I saw that.
The USC transfer?
I did. I saw that. So that's a lot of money they spent right there.
That was supposed to be their bell cow, amigo.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Patrick. 3 showers a day when I'm home.
He's taking 3 showers a day. Yeah, but he's in there having a circus with himself. He ain't exactly cleaning.
Yeah. That's exactly right. I mean, that's why I started going with the clean look. You know, I hadn't been wearing the goatee lately. It's like, you know.
I wondered if that was sales purposes or if that was.
Oh, so what happened was I was a little tipsy one night, and I was trimming
half your fucking face.
It was like, Wags, you know, you have the little goatee. I think I still had it on this side, but not on the other side. And I'm like, well, shit, I guess I gotta shave it off. Shave it off. I can't go out in public looking like that. I can't be on TSU looking like a fool like that. And so I did it, and people are like, hey, you look kind of nice without that. I'm like, all right, well, we'll leave it off for a little bit. So anyway.
Yeah. You look, I mean, good pristine chin there, amigo.
It's a cooler. Well, you know what? That's what happens when you lose the extra ones underneath it. You know?
Yeah, everything becomes defined, right? So we real quick bus stop story, right? Just I saw the yellow dog dropping the kids off yesterday. Reminded me of some funny stuff, and your beard story kind of goes hand in hand. But we had this dude named Mike England, and he was a sophomore when this happened, right? But I was in 8th grade, and he was a man child. Like Mike England he was a man before men were men. Like, he just had hair everywhere, right? And so he had to shave. He had to shave one morning, right? And then I guess he showed up to the bus stop, and that's why I said shaved half your face. He showed up to the bus stop with half a beard. Like, and we called him Lurch. Like, his nickname was Lurch. We're like, Lurch, what's going on, man? He goes, well, I didn't want to miss the bus, so I ran out of time. So he just showed up to school with half a fucking Sorry, I just reminded me of it.
It's like the funny one where I remember like in high school, once dudes started shaving is like when they would show up to school and they had freshly shaved that day, and you look and there's like gashes, you got blood running down their neck and shit where they had cut themselves and coming out of there. I'm like, dude, we had one guy. I'm like.
Tissue paper everywhere. Just
man. Yeah. Had one guy one time. I seriously thought this dude had a busted eardrum. He came rolling up for football practice, and there's like blood thing. I'm like, dude, is your ear okay? And he's like, huh? And I'm thinking, holy shit, there is something wrong. And he looked over, and he had cut himself, and there's like blood running down the side of his whatever. I'm like, dude, come on.
That ain't good. Good. Yeah. No, I never really shaved during football season because it always broke me out or gotten my, I don't know, just gotten my pores or whatever. I used to keep like a little bit of a scruff. Oh man, wasn't a man child like Mike Lurch England, but still, I had a little bit of a scruff. All right, amigo, we got to talk about the Clemson Tigers, man. Let's go to Death Valley.
Clemson Tigers. Let's talk about it, man. We've already talked about one of the Heisman front runners. I think everything is going to evolve around what this dude does right here. Cade Klubnik, this is a payday year for him. And I think what makes this even cooler is that when we look at this, the story that you brought up today that's on ESPN.com, to where it's like, this has not been easy for Cade Klubnik at all.
It's been a bit of a journey, right? It's been a bit
of a
I mean,
journey.
two 4-loss seasons back to back. You'd like to think that, the tide has been turned. And again, there's some promise with it, right? Like Williams is going to be his number one target. They bring back a lot of good, solid dudes too. This should be an offense that's going to be explosive, right? I think they returned 8 on off. 8 on offense and then 9 on defense, right? And so that's been the question mark too, is like, will that defense be able to hold up? Now that defense has got some reps, that defense has got some continuity and it's got some synergy too, man. They should be firing on all cylinders. Clemson, I was sleeping on them a little bit here. I was big on SMU again. I thought Rhett Lashley was going to be able to make a run at this thing again. Debo Samuel is saying, not so fast, my friend. Coach Debo Samuel for Clemson is saying, no, not so much.
That's right.
Clemson Tigers, I think, are going to represent the ACC, and they might be in contention for. I mean, hell, they'll be in the national, or they'll be in the playoff. That's for sure. But who are they going to spoil? That's up in the air still. But I mean, 9 guys on defense. That's usually the mark of a championship caliber squad, man.
Yeah, I think that they are definitely going to be in the mix for.
I mean, their schedule too. Very favorable schedule,
yeah,
buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, you were in the ACC already, and then you got a cupcake schedule for an ACC.
This defense here, and this is actually when we talk about the portal. They didn't have a lot coming back on the defensive line. But now they do.
They got 2 solid dudes coming in.
Yeah, they 2 solid dudes coming back, and you go and you get another one. I got to tell you, man, with the offensive side, to me, with Cade Klubnik and these wide receivers that he has with Moore and Williams, the one thing that's missing is a featured running back. I think if Gideon Davidson can jump into that role and become a featured running back for them, that's kind of that last piece for the offense. It's kind of like the Bengals offense, to where you're going to have everything you need right here.
We'll have to get Jordan's take on Davidson, because I don't know much about him out of high school.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know, like, all it says is, tons of speed, right? Tons of speed, great hands. Sure. What does that tell me, though? Like, I haven't seen any reps with him. Yeah, if that can, you add a little bit of an RPO, some lightning and thunder to the RPO. I mean, hell, dude, because they do got who is their other running back? I want to say Randall. Randall is I think he's the one with a little bit of size. I'm not sure. I mean, he's not the speed guy, right? But the RPO with Davidson and Klubnik could be absolutely electrifying, right? And then, of course, with that RPO is going to come some play action off of that, and that's where Williams gets involved. I think this could be an absolute killer of an offense. We already know what the numbers can put up, especially if you allow Klubnik's wheels to get moving too. This could be an absolute Heisman year from Cade Klubnik, like everybody's projecting.
And this is another one of those teams where you talk about Cade Klubnik. He's got his offensive line back.
All of them, every one of them.
Yeah. So where you look at this, it's like everything is kind of set up for him, makes his story even better, to where it's like, okay, you kind of stumble, you fall, you had the guy that's going to believe in you, and here you are, where they've set you up a picnic right here to where you can come out here and just blow this thing out of the water. And we can talk about the I guess, weaker conference, not the SEC, not the Big Ten, whatever. But I think that Clemson can come in and make a hell of a lot of noise. I mean, they can make a lot of noise.
Tested right out of the jump. They're tested right out of the gate.
Yeah, right there. You will know right away.
And it sucks because I really like LSU here. Like, well, I mean, I think LSU can play spoiler to their seat. Like, I see a 2-loss season for Clemson. Realistically, 2-loss season, right? I also have them losing to South Carolina at the end of the year, but just bookend, losses bookend losses at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year, but everything else in between, I think they're going to roll, man.
And you want to talk about a hell of a matchup. I mean, not only just this matchup right here, but the AP All-American teams come out. You got first team quarterback Cade Klubnik, second quarterback, yeah.
Now, I know the quarterbacks don't play against each other; they play against the defenses, but still, it's a pretty good. It's a really good marquee moment here.
And that's where you look at this matchup with those two quarterbacks, experienced Heisman Trophy favorites, whatever. Going to make a lot of noise in their leagues with Texas and Ohio State, 2 unproven guys. That's where, man, this God, there's not a but that is going to be such a great thrill to watch LSU and Clemson. Man,
It's going to be pretty good. Now, I wanted to go with SMU when I was breaking down this game, but I think at the end of it, especially even if both teams are healthy, I still have Clemson coming out on top just because of, one, their entire unit's back on offense, their offensive line's back. I think that's one hell of an advantage. Not just their offense, like their quarterback and their wide receivers are back. They're only supplementing their running back, right? And usually, like, if the guy's got speed and he knows how to read some asses and read blocks, he's going to be pretty damn good. And that, again, I don't have any tape on Davidson, but if you have that speed, I'm going to be believing in you. Let's just go ahead and dress it down and go through the schedule here. Kick off the season with LSU. You're hosting LSU. I'm just going to be realistic. I'm going to give this one a loss. All right. Okay. Now, of course, optimal setting here. I still think they lose. Best case scenario, I still think they might lose to LSU and then beat South Carolina. LSU, I'm very big on LSU this year. If you can't tell, the only thing that's stopping LSU is Kelly, right?
Yeah. That's the one thing when I look at the intangible. It's like with Kelly there, you can't win your first game.
That's the other. That's what I was getting ready to hit you with too. Trends here, for LSU in week 1 is that they've been losing in recent trends, but I think they right the ship and they get off of that and they beat Clemson here in week 1.
But Wags, kind of to that, and not to defend Brian Kelly, just kind of pointing out the obvious here. LSU tends to play some hellacious first games. So when it's like LSU can't win the first game, well, they're not playing. I don't know.
Cupcakes, right?
Yeah, they're not playing the Crockett Cougars. Come on, let's cut them some slack here a little bit.
All right, so week 1, LSU, I got a loss. All right, and then they rebound against Troy, at Georgia Tech. That's a win. They host Syracuse. That's a win. They got to bye to heal up a little bit and get ready for
Bill
Belichick. I was getting ready to say Jordan, but it's
Jordan.
It's not Jordan's team. It's Bill's team.
Come on.
They take on the Tar Heels there in Chapel Hill, and then they go up to Boston College. Those are both wins there.
Smooth.
And then they host Coach Lashley and SMU. Again, this is another marquee matchup between two pretty decent quarterbacks here. One is a Heisman hopeful. We'll see what Jennings can do rather throughout this season. Oh, this is tough. We're gonna stay with the optimistic view here, and we'll go with the win over SMU. All right.
Yeah.
Optimal setting.
That
win over SMU. What's that?
Yeah. If it was in Dallas,
it'd be I would have a question mark. I would be a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, Death Valley, I think it's a pretty tough place to play, and I think SMU is going to struggle with that. Duke, homecoming against Duke. I'm going to go with a win here. Florida State, that's a win. At Louisville, that's a win. Furman, that's a win. And then at South Carolina, I got a loss, just to be realistic.
That's the one I think that's giving them the second loss is the South Carolina game. Because so a 2-loss team. So you and I are on the same page with these guys.
Best case scenario, 1-loss team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Worst case scenario, 3-loss team because they drop one to SMU in Dallas.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, they drop one to SMU at home.
Yeah. Now if they come out, and again, this is a cool thing about having the matchup with LSU in week 1. If they come out and this offense does what I think it's really capable of doing, and everything comes together right here, and they can shut Nussmeier and that offense down from LSU. If they do that and win, I don't care if they win by 7, win by 10, win by 3.
They're looking at an undefeated season. They could potentially be looking at, if everybody stays healthy, of course. If and nuts were candy and butts, I get it, but still, like if they take care of business week 1, they do have a favorable schedule. I mean, they a little bit of a hiccup with SMU in the middle of it, but it's very manageable, and it's it's a nice little coast. Even when it gets tough, you can take some breaks, take your breaks off after that, and then kind of rest, recuperate, and then get ready for another build up against South Carolina. I think it's a very favorable schedule for Clemson. If they take care of business week 1, they have a chance to go undefeated. I just don't think it's realistic. College football is just way too hard these days, man. It just is. Best case scenario, maybe undefeated, but realistically, I'll say the 1 loss. Worst case, 3 losses. Stay one.
Yeah. I have to tell you that I think that one thing that is really scary about this, with the defense having all of those returnees that are coming back, they were susceptible to giving up points and giving up yardage last year. But I think Tom Allen, the new defensive coordinator there,
they lost Mickens too out of that secondary.
Yeah.
Too. That's going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think the change there at DC is going to be imperative in the schemes that this defense will run to slow some of the, and it is. I mean, we find out week 1. That's where I think it's just so great with LSU and Clemson and Texas and Ohio State. It's like all of these questions abounding about potential national championship contenders, and you're going to find out in your first game where you are. That's massive. That is massive right there.
And
Because
in spite
this
of
is a scary team,
in spite of their down years, right? They still have 9 seasons of double-digit wins in 14 years. Or excuse me, I'm wrong. 14 years of 9-win seasons.
Yeah.
Of seasons with 9 wins. So that's consecutively. That's telling, man. Now look, I get it. 4 losses is not something you want to be bragging about, especially 2 years in a row, but I mean, you're still bowl. You've been bowl eligible for damn near 2 decades.
Well, hell, you were in the college football playoff last year. Yeah, I mean that's again. This is a
my
national
only thing is how much have they lost in recruiting out of their pipeline to allowing Georgia to come back up or hell, even South Carolina letting Cocky get after it, right?
Yeah, that's a whole thing. I mean, because
where they used to dominate that.
They're really good at in-state recruiting when you look at what South Carolina's doing. So that's where it is, but this team, but they're not in the SEC. They're not in the Big Ten. This is where I think it's fortunate for them, because thinking about this 5 years ago, I mean, if we sat here and thought, in this conference, SMU, would be the biggest whatever to Clemson, I mean, I'd be like, you're crazy.
Yeah, but SMU benefits from taking the Texas talent. Right?
Absolutely.
Like from pulling Texas talent. Like now, I'm not saying that Clemson doesn't get talent. Clemson probably gets that Florida talent, right? I'm sure that's where their pipeline's at, or they venture up into the DMV area. But I would say that usually, like, between if we're talking about tactical advantage or recruiting advantage, I would say that Lashley has the advantage because he's able to pull from all within this state, or not pull from all within it, but gets the hand-me-downs or the left outs.
Yeah, that's
what the 5-stars don't get.
That's a more realistic
state.
Yeah, can't go to Texas, can't go to the SEC, exactly. Can't do one of those. I mean, and
but you're still looking at 3-star athletes that don't even get in because the talent of high school ball in Texas is so prosperous.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's kind of the same thing in Georgia, where Georgia, UGA is gonna pull in the 5-stars or whatever, but there's still other schools there to where I think that Georgia is so important in recruiting, because you can go in there and get I hate to say leftovers that Georgia's not.
But that's what it is, though. I mean, you're not being mean. That's just what it is.
Yeah, and you look at, look at Cade Klubnik again. Let's go back to that dude. I mean, that's a guy where it wasn't Texas, it wasn't Texas A&M, it wasn't any of that, and he found his spot. But I think, to the whole story that we talked about today from ESPN.com, that he stayed in that spot, and here he is right now on the cusp of doing something really, really special. And I think that the fact that they played Texas last year in the college football playoff kind of put him on a more on a bigger spectrum, where people really got to see how good this dude can be.
And this goes back to that conversation you have with, like, well, why isn't Arch leaving? You know what I mean? Arch wasn't getting reps immediately. If Arch is better than Quinn, how come Arch ain't transferring out? There's something about, sitting and waiting your turn and having to pay dividends, right? Now, I'm not saying that Cade was sitting. Cade's kind of been playing ever since he got there, but still, it's, you could take an easier route, or hell, if, in Sweeney's, lens or perspective, he could have taken an easier route and getting somebody in. It's just there's always an easier option out there. I think it's just telling and rewarding if you sit through the shit of it and go through the hard times, and see the rainbows at the end of the rain. It's just kind of that's a saying that we used to say, that my granddad used to say to us, that I passed down to my son, like, hey, the one thing at the end of the we're seeing a storm here, but usually at the end of the storm you're going to see some rainbows. You know what I mean? Right. So there's always going to be some happiness, and it's God's promise. So
and so much of this, the moral of this story, as they say, kind of to piggyback what you're talking about, is what did Cade Klubnik,
Ronnie, tell me about the moral.
What let me cross my legs right here and sit like this. Let me tell you, the moral of this story is Cade Klubnik, they wanted to throw him out of Clemson, wanted him gone. He's no good. Right now, what's a Clemson fan base saying right now? This guy could win us a national championship.
We got a Heisman Trophy winner.
He could be a Heisman Trophy. This dude has been great all along. That's what we're hearing now. That's what we're hearing now. So that's just keep digging. But it goes back to youngsters. Somebody believes in you and they give you that support right there. That really is I'm glad you sent me that this morning, because it's like, it's really good to read that shit still happens. That shit still happens.
I'm trying to draw parallels between Cade and Sam here. It's just like, it's that winning pedigree. Like it's hard to articulate it. There's just something about character. And when you sit there and take shots in the face and then, be able to stand your ground and stand strong. It's just something about that, man. And those are the people that you want to follow. Like you saw that with Sam, you see that with Cade. Maybe it's Dodge. Maybe Dodge is implemented that type of character in these young men. So, hey, Todd Dodge, both quarterbacks playing for Todd Dodge there. So
it seems like to me that the thing with, because we can talk about like in high school circles right here to where people are like, it's all Lake Travis and it's all Westlake or whatever. But it seems like a lot of times and that's understandable. I mean, those are the most
the best programs in the country. I mean,
absolutely.
Are they not?
Absolutely.
I don't know so much if Lake is anymore, but Westlake.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
You're winning 6A Texas football. I mean, consistently.
It seems like what happens with those schools, and again, they're afforded more opportunities, they're higher profile. These guys come out and they are more prepared to deal with what's going to happen in college football. I think that whether it's Hank Carter or whether it's Tony Salazar or Coach Dodge or whoever it's been, they send them out and let them spread their wings, and they have them ready, prepared to fail. I think
that's a good statement. Prepared to fail.
That's what happens. That's what happens. I mean, look at Baker Mayfield.
A lot of kids aren't prepared to fail today.
Right.
Like they don't handle failure well.
Yeah,
they don't.
And it's like, I think a lot of people, not just kids, you fail and you shut down. Well, you better pick yourself up, because you're going to get going again. You're going to fucking fail again.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, that's God. That's a great point, man.
Isn't it? I mean,
we need to teach failure so much better. Like, because it's inevitable. It's inevitable. Like, you are going to fail. Like, it is, and it's the best teacher in society. It's the best teacher in our lives, man. You just got to embrace it and just pick yourself back up and go, man. Shit happens. Great words, Rodney. We need to be better at teaching ourselves how to fail.
Because if you look at, and this is where like watching
baseball teaches you how to handle failure.
You read my mind. It's like watching the Little League World Series, which again, I get turned off on it because it's like, okay, is that kid really 12? It's like,
no, he's like 15.
Yeah, the dude's got hair on his balls. Come on, man, what's going on here? But it's like you sit here and you watch this, and you see parents and you see whatever where it's win. You got to be the best. Well, you got to be ready.
I was that parent. I was
winning. You're not going to win.
I was yelling from the sidelines. I was not. You know what I mean? Like that's gross. It is like It is just gross. I wish I would have shut up, and I wish I would have just let him have fun and not worried about the trophies and not worried about pushing. You're absolutely right. It's a bad look. It's a bad vibe.
That was a good thing about for me growing up car racing. It's because we would go out and you're only going to have one winner in car racing. It's going to be the one dude that wins the race. And as I got older, my dad, ingrained in me to where it's like, okay, we're at a certain level right now where this other team may be at a certain level. If we go out and we're in the top 5, we have won tonight. This is where that's a win for us. And that happens a lot, I think, with football, to where it's like, okay, your team is this good. If you are in high school, if you finish third and get into the playoffs,
I disagree there. I disagree with the moral victories in football.
Well,
if you compete, if you score 7 points on Westlake, that doesn't mean that you're fifth out. It means you lost. It means you got, if you lose 35-7, you just got your ass kicked. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
But I think a lot of this when it comes to high school,
I don't think that points measure up, and there's definitive scores in football or just in sports for a reason.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's tough, and that's where talking about Lake Travis and Westlake, when it comes to those guys, if they're playing, insert the team, whoever, where they're going to win by 40, but you always listen to Tony Salazar and Hank Carter, and they're like, what we're preparing to, like, we're playing whoever, the best team in the state, our district foe. Westlake's going to say, we're preparing like we're playing Lake Travis because they can sneak up on you, when you really know that they can't. But those kids need to know that team could sneak up on them somehow. But the failure thing is the one thing that I just see is so big, man, because it's not all roses and all this other shit. I mean, life sucks.
Never sunshine and rainbows.
Life sucks, dude. Anyway, well, there we go. Off the pulpit we go, man. That's
man. Where do you want to go next? We got anything else?
Speaking of not sucking, Texas with 3 defensive guys, all defense on the All-American team, and guys that you're not surprised. Anthony Hill, linebacker, Colin Simmons off the edge. Our man Michael Tapp. Talk about believing in yourself. Talk about
walk on, baby. Story of the walk on.
Breaking glass barriers and doing shit. Michael Taff. That dude right there. Preseason All-American from the Associated Press. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's dreams coming true, man. That's dreams.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you. No, for sure. I had dreams. I aspired to be a walk-on on the Longhorns one time when Charlie Strong was the head coach and I was still in school.
Did he point that long finger at you?
No, I just got a taste of reality when I woke up the one morning and my knees cracked, and I was struggling to get down the stairs, and I'm just like, we probably ain't gonna try out and walk on to the football team.
Can't be on the kickoff.
Better days are behind me, man. I would have got rolled. I would have got rolled so crazy.
On the kickoff team with crinkling knees. Wags, got something for you.
What's the breaking news?
Indianapolis Colts have announced that Daniel Jones will be their starting.
No, they have not. Where is that at?
It's on ESPN, my man. ESPN. It's got to be legit. Daniel Jones.
Joe Flacco was also named the starting quarterback for the Browns. Shocker there.
Yeah. How long before Shedeur gets in there? You think they give him 4? You think it's 4 weeks?
I think Shedeur gets in there before Gabriel gets in there. Based off of what and again, it's very, very small window of tape here, but based off of what I saw, it looks to be like Shedeur's the better rookie. Again, I think their playbook wasn't exactly, wide open, and there was a lot of restrictions on for both of them there. But just working off of what they know, Sanders looked to be the better one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think so, but. Yeah, so Daniel Jones, I saw this thing on X where it was like they said, here's the Colts quarterback battle, and it was the 2 dumpsters in the flood just going, and it's like, here's Daniel Jones and here's Richardson, and the 2 dumpsters are going down, in the flood being washed away. But hey, if you're a Texans fan, that's great, because that's
if you're Indianapolis and you woke up this morning and you read the news that Daniel Jones is your starting quarterback, you have to be in shambles, right? Like, you're in disarray. Like, you're just like, what the F? Like, we drafted Richardson in the first round.
Sorry, I wanted to hop in on this.
Oh no, go ahead.
The Shane Gillis clip?
I mean, it's your time. What's up?
You know the Shane Gillis clip where he's like pointing the gun and then he goes like this?
Yeah.
That's Colts fans this morning.
Yeah.
And Shane Gillis might be a Colts fan, is he not?
I have no idea.
There
But
was no
Schefter,
win in there for them.
No, he's an Eagles. My
however
bad. He's a shitty Eagles fan. That's what
Schefter tweeted, the Colts have publicly said Anthony Richardson did not need to win the quarterback battle to have a future in Indianapolis. The Colts now will be required to make a decision on Richardson's fifth-year team option for the 2027 season.
What a bad situation.
Get rid of that guy.
Hey, when you really think about it, Joe Milton and Anthony Richardson are the same player.
Mhm.
Like Anthony Richardson's a souped-up version of him to some degree, but they're still the all-potential guys who haven't reached it.
Does Milton have more consistency in his arm than Richardson? That's a crazy question.
He doesn't get hurt as much, only because of that. I mean, you see his arm a little bit more, but I mean, as a Cowboy fan, I'm with this, Jordan. I was telling Wags this. It's like when Dak go. I mean, if Dak goes down, what are you going to do? I mean, still development. Hell, Trey Lance left there, and hell, he's looked okay. You know, I'm like, my God, what are you doing here? Oh, but the documentary's out today.
Yeah, I've seen clips on the timeline. I'm excited to watch that one later. The clips I've seen don't make Jerry look very good. Like there's one I saw this morning, which was from earlier in training camp, and he's talking to the Rams owner.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, trading Jared Goff for Matt Stafford, I don't have the balls to ever do something like that.
Hey, gents, man, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I got to run. I got to get my kid over to a doctor's appointment real quick. So
good.
Y'all be good, man.
See you later, man.
Good. Hey, never mind.
Yeah.
I won't make that joke. it was inappropriate. But man, the Jerry Jones documentary, is it a docu-series or just one show? Do we know?
I think it's a docu-series, maybe.
It's a whole show, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm excited for that one.
I know, and it's the whole thing about it is I was talking to somebody over the weekend. I'll get out of y'all's way here in just a second, but it's like, okay, why do you want to watch this? Because you know the story, you know what it's going to be. He buys the team for nothing, and he does this, that, and the other, and it's like, yeah, but I hope that we escalate a little further past what we already know with the 90s to see him now. And I saw that clip that you're talking about, Jordan, where it's like, oh my God. You know, it's going to be one of those things to where I think as you watch this, there's going to be a lot of damn, but at the same time, you're going to want to throw something at your screen watching this stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Rodney, real quick. We weren't alive back then, so we don't know the answer to this.
Yeah.
But like people always talk about, like he got a deal on the Cowboys. I know inflation and the way the NFL has grown is also what has, made the value of the franchise go up. But like, why was it such a great value deal for him when he bought them in the 80s or 90s or whenever he did? Like, were they horrible for a 10-year stretch or something? Like, what was going on?
They had fallen into where Coach Landry, I think in 84, Coach Landry, that was like his first losing season since they had turned this thing around. And by the time they got to that point where Jerry bought them, they weren't playoff worthy. That they weren't making playoffs. And Bum Bright, that was in charge of that owned the team at the time, wanted to sell it. But I can truly tell you guys that the reason that Jerry got it on the cheap was because whoever bought that, it was going to have to be, you've got to fire Tom Landry, because Bum Bright is like, I am not doing that. I'm not firing my guy. Tex Schramm wasn't going to do that. Jerry Jones is like, I don't give a shit. I mean, I'll do it. And so he got it on the cheap. And I took a tour at Texas Stadium, a couple of years after everything was going here before Texas Stadium went away. And the tour guide said, Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys for the same amount that he paid years later to get Deion Sanders to play for the Cowboys. It's ridiculous. Crazy.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, no, Texas Stadium was built for the same amount, is what it was.
Whenever.
Yeah, I was
got
going to
it.
say that would have been
Whenever Sportico or whatever sports finance website, publication, whatever, came out with the values of, the different NFL franchises. Cowboys are obviously the first or most valued one, but they also did a calculation or whatever where like what the Cowboys are worth when Jerry bought them to what they are now. And I think it was like, if you dumb it down and say the Cowboys were $10 with how much the value has increased, that $10 is now worth $84.
It's crazy.
So
It's crazy. Yeah.
it's,
He does. They don't have to win. They don't have to win, and it's really not about winning, as we see. But yeah,
Well, I'm so curious of, and we won't ever know the answer until it happens. But eventually, Jerry's going to pass away. That's just what happens. And he's an older guy.
Yeah.
Is he going to be calling the shots from a hospice bed, or is there going to be like a formal passing of the torch to his sons before he's in a hospice bed? Like,
No.
or is it? And how's it going to look when the other Joneses are in charge? I highly doubt Steven is going to run this crazy ship like Jerry has. Or is Jerry going to be like, hey, you don't make this all about you, then I'm going to sell this, like, how's it going to work? That's what I want to know.
I had really hoped when the Celtics deal and then the Lakers deal went down about being sold. I'm like, Jerry, come on, man, top those guys. Sell yours for more than the LA Lakers. Show them.
Yeah.
Not
Hey,
quite.
America's team, baby. That star on the side of your helmet. It's the most
That's what it's all
recognizable logo in the whole world almost,
That's right.
So,
and those cheerleaders. All right, man. You have a good show. We'll do it again tomorrow.
yes, sir. We'll
Stick
see
it
you.
around.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. Gonna be scatter shooting like we usually do, but first I want to start it off with a little bit of recruiting talk. Not involving Texas, but it also does to some degree. Savion Hyder, nation's #1 running back. He's down to Tennessee, Michigan, Georgia, and Ohio State. The decision is coming today. He's actually, I believe his commitment live stream starts this minute. The decision's supposed to be Tennessee or Michigan. Most people favor Michigan. I haven't, I don't have any scoop or anything to offer on this one. I've just read the reports, and most people think it's Michigan. The reason I'm bringing this up, this dude is, you don't want to call him 101 because running backs and their positional value. Bless you, Will. But this dude's pretty special. And if he ends up in Michigan like expected, he is very likely going to be the starting running back with Bryce Underwood as the starting quarterback when the Michigan Wolverines come to town in week 2 of the 2027 season. Because, hey, Texas went up to Ann Arbor last year. They play Ohio State this year in Columbus, Ohio State in Austin in 2026, and Michigan in Austin in 2027. I love this player. I think is Derek Cooper's very good. This dude is on a whole nother level. Have some of the highlights here if we want to watch them. Cooper Pategna, who works for us at 24/7 Sports, he's on the scouting team. He worked under Nick Saban at Alabama, player personnel / scouting. Did the same thing at Michigan under Harbaugh, same thing at Oregon under Mario Cristobal. And he also worked at Washington with this staff before DeBoer was hired. So Roma Dunze, all the guys that got drafted out of Washington under Kalen DeBoer, he was who scouted and recruited those guys. So he's seen a lot of talent, a lot of difference makers. And in a podcast, 24/7 Sports, him and Andrew Ivins do a podcast twice a week called The 105. Basically just do roster management, national recruiting stuff, scouting stuff. And I remember this because it stood out to me that much. Pategna said this is the closest thing he's ever seen to Adrian Peterson. Like, as far as the running style goes, the body movement's very similar. Contact balance, height, weight, size, arm length, hand size, very, very, very similar. And a day one difference maker, day one starter. And, Bryce Underwood, he was the #1 overall target for Michigan, regardless of position last year. It makes sense. He's the quarterback, #1 player in the nation. This is Michigan's #1 target, regardless of position in 2026. And he's from small town, Virginia, plays at, I think, a high school that has less than 1,000 kids enrolled. So not playing the best competition, but just absolutely dominates. And he goes both ways. At Mike Backer, as you can see, just had a pick six there. And I don't know. I love the player and thought it was notable to bring up because he will be playing the Texas defense most likely in 2027. And hey, even if he goes to Tennessee, SEC, new schedules for next season and the year after. He could potentially be playing Texas as a volunteer as well. So,
and I know Ohio State is considered on the outs here, but if he ended up on Ohio State, he would also play Texas again in 26, right?
Yeah, he'd be a true freshman when Ohio State would come to town. And I mean, even if he went to the Ford School of Georgia,
right?
You know, they're probably going to match up
Somehow
with
he's going to find a way to play Texas.
Yeah. And like, speaking of
it's
which,
crazy. That's
like,
sorry, it's crazy. That's the state of college football that we're in, where guys choosing between Michigan, Tennessee, Ohio State, and Georgia, and you can guarantee that if he, ends up at one of those schools, he'll play at Texas.
Oh
Who
yeah.
would have thought that Texas would be playing those 4 schools in a 3 or 4 year stretch?
Yeah, and one thing I've thought about too, like when the SEC redoes the schedules, Texas, they're going to play A&M every year. They're going to play OU every year. I assume they're going to keep the Arkansas rivalry. I think they should. For Texas, it's a conference win most of the time. So I think they should. So that's 3 games. How are they going to fill in these other 5 games? Well, Arch Manning is expected back in 2026. Horns 24/7 has been reporting that he was going to be a 4-year college player since before he even committed to Texas. Just want to say that. Now it's like the worst kept secret. NFL media is talking about it. But if he's there in 2026 like expected, I don't think there's any way the SEC doesn't try to profit off the old Manning name and send the Longhorns to Oxford. So that'd be 4 games. Probably going to play in LSU or at LSU versus LSU as well, since Texas never got to play him in Death Valley in 2020 because of the COVID year. That's 5 games. So 3 games left. How are they going to do this?
I think probably in a perfect world for the SEC, Texas, it's tough because you're going to have to play in College Station in 26. So I would say in College Station, in Neyland, and in Oxford. Like those would be the 3 that I think they kind of have to do. To do the Arch Manning tour would be special. Taking him to Neyland would be one thing, but to Oxford, where I don't think Texas has ever played at all.
They have back in late Matt Brown days when pretty sure Shea Patterson was their quarterback.
News to me.
Maybe not. It was some white guy that was a top tier recruit that didn't really pan out in the NFL. I'm blanking on his name. Other people would know. My dad went to that game and always talks about the experience.
2012, CB had it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, here's what I've got, Jordan. I've got the SEC staying at 8 games. Texas plays LSU, Tennessee, Ole Miss, A&M, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and then take your pick at the last one. I'm going to say Mississippi State or Georgia. Or does Georgia become?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like it's kind of developing.
If there are, and I don't think like the way that people expected 5 years ago when Texas and Oklahoma made the move to the SEC, expected like the quadrant thing or these 3 permanent opponents. I don't know if the SEC will like outright say, hey, you have 3 permanent opponents every year. Because Texas Arkansas is one of those games where like, okay, maybe 1 year we don't need to do this. Maybe there's not much of a demand as we thought there was. I'm very afraid the Texas Arkansas will become a neutral site game at some point too.
I don't know because they're making A&M Arkansas go back to home and home. And
oh, really? I didn't know that.
I think this is the first year where they're not going to play Jerry World, and I mean if you think about it, you go down each SEC program. I think you can come up with 3 permanent teams to play every year that they would enjoy. Like if you're Alabama should play LSU and Auburn every year and throw in Georgia. If you're Florida should play Georgia every year. They should play LSU every year. They should play Tennessee every year. If you're Oklahoma, they should play Texas every year. They should play Mizzou every year. They should probably play A&M every year.
I don't know. When we get to Mizzou, like Mizzou, Oklahoma is the only rivalry game. Like maybe
Mizzou and LSU kind of
a
little bit.
And
Arkansas and LSU should play every year.
I don't know. Is Mizzou like a top 3 opponent for LSU? And I think not. I think there's actually more history between LSU and Texas than there is with LSU and Missouri. Like Missouri has no lasting rivalries in the SEC because they have not been relevant the entire time. So it's hard to, they're usually being beaten down. Like every once in a while, they're going to go out and beat, they're going to win 10 games. But it's usually because a lot of the other teams are having bad years or they have one guy that's hot. So I think when you get to the Mizzous and the Mississippi States of the world, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, I'd love to see Texas Georgia play every year. Like it kind of is already developing into a rivalry. with the stuff that's going on in recruiting. Obviously, the SEC championship, October 19th last year. But, like, for that to officially be a rivalry, Texas has to win there this season. No question about it.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't
Here's
know.
an interesting comment, and I think there's some merit to it. They won't expect rivalries. The SEC doesn't want its top team playing each other every year. I think this is very worth saying.
Yeah.
I think, and the SEC kind of showed its hand by not changing the schedule and, going out way ahead of time, saying that the schedule would be the exact same. You just flip the stadiums for 25 or for 24 and 25, which I never really understood because it's not like the SEC has really been on the market for any more teams. So I always thought that was kind of odd. But I think in the age of, probably more rumors of expansion every year and how that could, affect maybe an SEC playoff, 4-team SEC playoff, for the conference championship, I think there's definitely a lot to that. I think you're not going to see the biggest matchups every year, especially when SEC teams are playing huge non-conference games. When you get a Texas-Ohio State, maybe you don't need Texas playing in 5 other primetime games. And maybe you'd rather, ESPN and the college football playoff get a little bit more of that revenue, so they can see Arch Manning one more time and not the SEC on ABC or ESPN. Like, I think there's definitely something to that.
Whoa, major breaking news.
Yeah, I was hoping we would get to this. It happened right as I got on here.
I didn't know about this.
John Wall retiring after 14 seasons, I believe, 12 actually in the NBA, but 14 seasons since he was drafted. As a Rockets fan, have very mixed feelings on John Wall, but came into a terrible situation and then did not get along with anyone here. And has since kind of trashed on every player and coach that was with the Rockets at that time. John Wall will be known for 2 things, and one of the best mixtapes, both in high school and in college, and then not creating the Dougie, but, being, I would say, the most avid Dougier.
Man, he had white America hitting the Dougie. Did something there.
I also, another NBA player retired since we last, Marco Bellinelli of Spurs fame. I don't think he's played in the NBA since COVID. Like, I honestly think he has not played. It would not surprise me if he has not played since the Obama administration. But I saw something that he has retired at the age of like 43.
Hey, I'll tell you what, John Wall, the man. I had this jersey growing up because I love John Wall, and also
you had that one and not the blue one.
No, I had this one because I like these jerseys a lot. They're kind of, they were the modern version of the old Bullets uniforms to some degree. I always like these ones more than like their blue and yellow ones. I liked how they made the color switch. By the way, to follow up from what we were talking about,
Savion Hyder just committed to Michigan.
Oh yeah, hey, they're a big time college recruit if Shefty's tweeting about it, and he did. He also is obviously a Michigan alum.
And I'm gonna put the Hayes graphic up here because I think it's worth a look. There you see 5-star running back Savion Hyder is committed to Michigan. Take a look at this picture here. Okay, there he is. There's Savion Hyder. There's Savion Hyder. There's Savion Hyder. It's Bryce Underwood. Bryce Underwood has reached the level of being in other recruits' commitment posts. I think there's only 3 guys in all of college football who that's happened to now. I believe I think Arch was in one. I feel like he's been in someone else's commitment graphic, and I think Dylan Raiola was actually in another one. So I saw something yesterday from Tom Fernelli. This is completely unrelated to recruiting, but it is related to Bryce Underwood. Tom Fernelli on the Cover 3 podcast, so we're friends at CBS, said, Michigan's line is at 9.5. If you believe that Bryce Underwood is God, please take over 9.5 wins for Michigan. That is the expectation for Bryce Underwood this year. I've had my thoughts on it months and months ago. I said, why don't we just wait and see what Billy Edwards can do or what someone else on that roster can do? Let's not rush this guy, especially when they're going to be playing, they're going to be playing Oklahoma week 2. And we saw how an unprepared Michigan quarterback fared after playing not good week 1 competition and then having to play Texas the week after.
They have to play him though.
They're
paying him like $4 million a year.
It feels like, okay, here's a good question. Is Bryce Underwood, and I do think he is, but I want to get your take. Is Bryce Underwood that much more college ready and game ready than Dylan Raiola was a year ago?
He has a better team surrounding him. I'll say that. I don't know.
Definitely has better receivers. I mean, probably has. I'm not sure what Michigan's O-line was, but probably has better O-line.
Also, you have to understand too, like this is a big part of the Ohio State quarterback race with Julian Sain and Lincoln Kienholz. Lincoln Kienholz has a higher floor. They know what they are getting with him. He's a better runner. He's more physical, less injury prone, bigger frame, and a stronger arm. But Sain is more accurate at times. And with Sain, there's a ceiling there that is much higher than Kienholz's. So they're basically going to gamble and say, hey, Kienholz might be a little bit ahead of Sain now, but the what he could be factor at the end of the season, it could be almost a totally different player compared to where Kienholz would kind of be the same guy because that's what his skill set is. Same thing with Bryce Underwood. Bryce Underwood, he might, be slightly less ready to play week 1 versus OU than the other dudes on that roster that have been in college for however long, but the difference in game 1 and game 12 when you compare those guys – it can be a much bigger difference for Underwood than almost any of the other guys combined. So, and also I pulled this up while we were here talking about Hayes Fawcett, my favorite edit of all time. Got a little Lando Hill on there. There's an Anthony Hill committed to Texas. Follow Anthony Hill's dad on Instagram. Love to see the stories of Lil Lando growing up. It's kind of crazy. We're going to, in like 5 years, this kid is going to be a top recruit in the country probably.
Yeah.
So,
just a little bit before we get to the Julian Sain, fallout and everything that has gone on with the Ohio State, quarterback battle. Lincoln Kienholz heading into his 3rd season. I can't remember why, but he was not originally supposed to end up at Ohio State, and ended up there at the last second.
I can tell you why.
Was it? It had nothing to do with Quinn, did it?
No. So in 2022, they had Devin Brown.
That's right, Devin Brown.
While I'm here, it's victory lap time. You want to guess which site had Devin Brown as the number 1 overall prospect?
Yes, Rivals did.
Well, it was on 3 at the time.
Whatever. And
he couldn't even beat out a true freshman quarterback at Cal, Jaron Kiwa-Sagapatelli.
I'll tell you, I'm a big Devin Brown truther.
You shouldn't be.
I've seen him in person a couple times, and I'm telling you, once he gets in the right situation, and now it's going to end up being like an FCS school. But Cal is paying that freshman. I'm not going to try the name. They're paying him so much. Not only did they pay him the first time around when he didn't end up signing there, but then they had to get him out of bowl practice in Oregon, which is still one of the craziest. I still consider that a recruiting story. That a guy, went to bowl practice for Oregon and saw Dante Moore and said, hey, I probably shouldn't be here. And then immediately went back to the school that trusted him the entire time. But I don't, I know why they're doing it, but I don't think he's more talented than Devin Brown. I just don't buy that at all.
Kiwa-Sagapatelli was a 5-star.
I'm aware.
Higher than we did.
I'm aware.
And with Devin Brown, too, the reason he left Ohio State was because it was like Julian Sain, Lincoln Kienholz.
Yes, he was much further
than Devin Brown.
But Julian Sain was 100% going to start week 1. Like, there was, from the start of last season, unless he got hurt or Lincoln Kienholz got a bionic arm, like, Julian Sain was going to be the guy. From a storyline perspective, it is wonderful. You're going to get once that story about Julian Sain and Kalen DeBoer circles College Game Day and Big Noon, I'm telling you, he's going to be one of the most talked about players in the country, especially if Ohio State wins in week 1. He is the face, he has a chance to be the face of this program. And the guy from South Dakota who was a budget take was never going to be.
Yeah. Okay. So Devin Brown, this is how Kienholz got there. Devin Brown in 2022 he committed to them like the week before signing day.
Right.
Because they were struggling to get anyone there after Quinn Ewers reclassed in 2021 and was still the number one player.
And Devin Brown would have ended up at USC if not for Clay Helton getting fired.
Yes, I believe that's also true. People forget Jackson Dart played his freshman year there as well and left when they hired Lincoln Riley. But Ohio State needed a QB badly, and they camped the boy, Austin Novosad, and God, what is his name? Brock Glenn.
Brock Glenn.
They're at the Novosad camped at 1 week. The next week, Brock Glenn camped, and I was actually there at that camp, and it was not good. Like I didn't even know who he was at the time, and then I saw he posted an offer. It like popped up on my Twitter feed, and I was like, "Wait, what? This kid is a rising senior that Ohio State just offered after that camp performance." He commits to Ohio State. He ends up flipping to Florida State. Played at Florida State last year or the year before. And I kept telling people when he was going to start, like, hey, this kid stinks. Do not put any money on Florida State. He stunk it up. He since his transferred. I don't know where he's at, but I don't think he's at Florida State anymore. Ohio State then tried to double back on Novosad. He was like, no, I'm good.
Brock Glenn is actually – Brock Glenn is actually still at Florida State. He was the only one. Cromanok left. Obviously, DJ left. That was 23. So that was the year that Jordan Travis had been the starter the whole time, and then he got injured in that. God, I mean, I just cannot live that. And Florida State should never be able to live that over. Him getting hurt against Western Carolina or whoever they were playing. And then Brock Glenn got a chance. He sucked it up immediately. And then they had to play the did they have Cromanok? I can't remember. Was Cromanok there in 23? They played a third quarterback. It was Glenn and someone else.
I forget his name. He ended up transferring after that year because he clearly wasn't the guy or wasn't going to be able to get it done. And I mean, the CFP thought that. That's why they didn't include him. But man, Florida State, like truly a horrible quarterback room. They have Tommy Castellanos, all 5'9" of him. They have Brock Glenn, and they have Kevin Sperry. Like,
I'll tell you what,
Christ.
I played in an online game with Buddy last night, Florida State versus Vandy. And Tommy Castellanos, he's got some
in a video game
throws. In the video game, yes. And a 5'9", there's nothing better than a 5'9" quarterback in a video game either. But the other guy was Vandy, so we got a really good mix of. I'll tell you, just based on that game, Tommy Castellanos is gonna have a better year than Diego Pavia. And we can wait another day. I know we're gonna have to wait until like November.
Can we bet on
my
this?
Entire Diego Pavia is not a good football player show, but we'll just tease it now a few months in advance.
All right, yeah, I'll let that one slide. I can't wait till Alabama takes it to them week 1. Okay, so we talked about Ohio State. Julian Sain's a starter. For those who didn't see it, there it is. Tate Rodemaker,
yeah.
Okay, but anyways, Sain is going to start versus the Longhorns week 1. CBS as Ohio State play both QBs versus Texas. Unless Sain gets hurt, that's not happening. You can't do that week 1. Colin Simmons, Texas star edge rusher, shared the Julian Sain Ohio State starter or whatever post on his Instagram story. Love to see it. Man, Colin was one of the more entertaining high school recruits because there was always just chirping and shit talk from him. I loved it. A lot of those Duncanville DeSoto guys, great chirpers. Like, this reminded me, there was a time when Duncanville and DeSoto were going to play in the playoffs, round 4 at the Star, and Duncanville just killed them. It was Jonte Cook's junior year, Amari Abor's senior year, and Colin Simmons' sophomore year. That was like Colin Simmons' like national recruiting breakout game. He had this strip sack where he did like a 360, made this QB face plant, and then like danced into the end zone. It was one of the most impressive plays I've seen at the high school level till this day. But it was either the week before that game or the week before they played in the regular season because they're in a district. A bunch of Duncanville players drove over to DeSoto during the school day and we're in the cafeteria, like talking shit, throwing shit around, all that. It was crazy. And if I'm not mistaken, that later inspired a few DeSoto players, Jonte Cook included, to go over to Waxahachie during their lunch period and cause some shit in the cafeteria as well. Just funny to look back on. And none of that ever got reported because they were high schoolers. But the Colin Simmons, Julian saying deal reminded me of that. Also, while we're here talking about Ohio State, one thing I didn't realize till I saw this tweet, I'm going to put it up on the screen, but Ohio State brings back a lot, just like Texas does for the 2026 season. Julian saying, obviously, he'll have at least until the 2026 season, until he's draft eligible. Max Clare could come back, probably an NFL player, though. Carnell Tate, I think, will be a day 2 pick this year, maybe late day 1. Guess what? Jeremiah Smith still exists. They're going to lose, obviously, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, a few other guys, but I mean, dude, it's Brian Hartline. They reload a receiver. They bring back a lot of that O-line from this year, and they bring back Sayin. They also will bring back their running back, James Peoples, who Texas and Shard Choice were very high on out of high school. He eventually pivoted away once Texas kind of went all in on Jared Gibson. But, man, like, as hyped up as this matchup is in 2025, however – like it could be even more hyped up in 2026, which gets you excited.
Sure. Wanted to bring up something as we're talking about Ohio State. Made a note of this yesterday. For the first time in 3 games, it will be a number 1 composite quarterback against another number 1 composite quarterback in a Texas game. Because the third to last Texas game, Quinn Ewers, who was the number 1 composite in 2021 after his reclassification, played Cade Klubnik. Who was the number 1 in 22. This time around, it's going to be the number 1 from 23 in Arch Manning against the number 1 from 24 in Julian Sayin. And I was looking this up. It's happened a few other times in the last few years. Quinn Ewers against Bryce Young in DKR in 2023. And I believe Rattler and Bryce Young. There was another one that I'm missing. Maybe Trevor Lawrence against Bryce Young. So pretty cool to see. In an age where it seems like more and more, of the non-blue chippers are getting a chance, even at quarterback, that we're seeing, the 2 guys that were promised playing in a big way. Their first start, both of them, their first start as the full-time, season-long starter. So an interesting storyline. And I also saw something else I'll ask you, who will be the member of the college football media that refers to Julian Sayin as the Alabama transfer 10 times every
Gus
day?
Johnson. I saw that tweet too. Yeah. Well,
I've got a feeling it's going to happen because that's what it'll show on the sheet. It'll show that he was transferred, and it'll show that he was technically at Alabama. So we'll hear. It's definitely worth talking about. It's definitely worth saying, hey, this guy did start out, as a Bama signee and even made it to campus before Saban left, but they're going to drill it into the ground.
You know what's kind of funny? He didn't leave Alabama. He got pushed out. DeBoer and them pushed him out.
Trust me, I know the story.
And it's fascinating to think because, like, dude, if Sayin doesn't portal in there, who the hell is their starting quarterback this year? I refuse to believe it's Lincoln Kineholz.
They're Roland.
Well, yeah, but, like, let's act like he was going to portal out no matter what.
Well, that's not fair because he would not have portaled out if Sayin wasn't there.
Yeah, I will say though, like pretty much all the reports were that Nolan and Devin Brown were behind Kineholz and Sayin no matter what, like going into the spring. But
Jose Rodriguez said, "Who do you guys take? Jeremiah Smith versus all Texas DBs?" This is a real tough question because there's going to take more than one Texas defensive back to guard Jeremiah Smith the entire game, and even then, I'm not so sure that they're going to be. Like his line, whatever it is, I think he's going to hit close to 100 yards if Sayin can show any kind of promise at quarterback.
Do you know how many yards and catches he had in the Cotton Bowl?
Not a clue.
I think it was 1 catch for 2 yards.
I thought it was like 2 for 5 or 3 for 15 or something like that. But different year. You don't have Jade Bear in there anymore.
That is true. But They're gonna bracket him. I'm also so curious because like Hartline is the OC. Does he actually get to call plays, or is it like some deal like Auburn where Ryan Day just can overrule him whenever he wants and take it over whenever he wants? How's this going to work? Because like last year, they tried to beat Michigan with Michigan's own game. We're going to run it down your throat, and they lost for the 4th time in a row to the Wolverines. Then they get into the Rose Bowl versus Oregon, and they're just running 4 fucking verts and are daring them to try to beat Jeremiah Smith on a jump ball or just catch up to him. And he had like 3 touchdowns, 200-plus yards. I think would have set a Rose Bowl record if Jackson Smith and Jigba hadn't gone bonkers a few years earlier. But I don't know. I'm very curious to see what their offense is going to look like, and Hartline calling those plays. And I wanted to circle back to this. Someone asked about Jaden Davis when we were talking about Bryce Underwood, and I was shitting on the rest of the QB room. Jaden Davis is – I feel bad for him. I mean, sorry, these lawnmowers are being real annoying. They're here.
Another one that debuted as
He's the number 1 overall prospect when they came out. And he finished as a 3-star. Why? Because he didn't get much better. And he's not going to play quarterback in college unless it's at another school. Because, he's a year ahead of Bryce Underwood, and Bryce Underwood will start for 3 years. So unless he's cool with waiting until year 5, he's going somewhere else. I think UNC, NC State, one of those maybe. He's from North Carolina originally. He also could maybe be a Tennessee guy. He played at the same school that David Sanders did, the same school that actually, no, he wouldn't go to Tennessee.
Yeah, I was going to say Facebook Brandon in there.
Who went to the same school as Jaden Davis. He backed him up until it was his time to shine. But Jaden Davis' stock is very down.
Move to another SEC team. Oh, and by the way, Brian Hartline does officially have play calling duties. Ryan Day, Tyler Bowen, and Matt Patricia will aid him in offensive play calling, but he has the headset and he will be the one calling the plays. Come August 30th. Matt Patricia is at Ohio State as an analyst.
He's at DC.
He does have a defensive background, so that is.
I'm pretty sure he's a DC. All right, yeah, Jake Bayless, thanks for reminding me. In that Louisville, Florida State game that they had to win with Tate Rodemaker, I was watching that game with my dad. The amount of times we were like, how the hell is this the number 13 ranked team in the country? Because Louisville, like, almost positive was 13. I think they might have been undefeated in ACC play, but it's like, man, this is supposed to be the team that they can make it to the ACC championship. This team, like, it was disgusting. And that's like when I really, really realized how much the ACC can stink. They've added SMU, a few other programs. I think it's gotten a little bit better. But man, that was bad. We got a question here from David Keith Williams. That speaking of height, Julian Sains listed at 6'1", shows some signs of being a fair runner in high school, but I don't view him as a dual threat quarterback. Do either of you think his size limitations and possible inability to make plays out of the pocket will lead to him being more of a target to the Texas pass rush? Yeah, I mean, Texas has played several unathletic quarterbacks and have had success over the last few years. So, I mean, I do think it'll affect some. I'm sure Texas has been working the entire offseason at batting balls at the line of scrimmage. So, I mean, yeah, I don't really have a ton to say because he hasn't played that much up to this point. But, yeah, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Before we get to another question, or if you have any, I want to get to the funniest news of the day. Came out this morning. The University of Auburn and Auburn football. I mean, I truly cannot believe this. I can't believe we are in the Big 25 and we're still out here pulling an A&M and claiming national championships. Auburn's official national titles will now be 1910, new, 1913, 1914, new, 1957, 1958, new, 83, 93, new in 2004, and then 2010. Take a look. I can excuse all of the ones pre-1960 and even 1958. I think, okay, there was probably someone that was established and has very good reason to claim one. In 1958, they cite the Montgomery Full Season Championship, which I doubt exists anymore. In 2004, they say several reasons to claim the national championship, including the Darryl Perry and GBE college football ratings. They're claiming a national championship off of ratings, not rankings, not record. This is just the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. To claim a national championship in the last 25 years after not having claimed it before, and then citing ratings, like team ratings as the reason? Like, who in their right mind thought this was a good idea?
Look, they can have whatever bullshit titles they claimed before.
It's just a bad
World
PR
War
move
II.
in
Like,
my eyes.
take those fine. It's before World War II. I don't think many people really care about those. It is like Auburn didn't even roster their first black player until 1970. You know, that was the competition level back then. There was barely any forward passes, right? Like I could care less about that era of college football. I really could. But the 2004 one, man, yes, it was the BCS system, and it sucked. Thank God there's the playoff now, and they need to keep it at 12 teams. The bullshit the Big Ten is peddling about 24, 28 needs to stop. And it's probably realistically just something they can do to make the 16-team format look better or have a higher chance of going through. But anyways, the 2004 one is total horseshit. Yes, I looked it up, did some research on that season. There were 5 undefeated teams going into the postseason. Oklahoma, USC, Auburn, Utah, and Boise State. OU and USC were who played in the Natty. The BCS computers determined those two were going to be the national championship contenders or whatever. And Auburn played in like the Holiday Bowl or Fiesta Bowl or whatever. Utah played in some other bowl. Boise State in another bowl. Texas, obviously, they played Michigan, and that was kind of Vince Young's national breakout game. But there's no revisionist history here. Yes, USC had that title stripped because of the Reggie Bush deal. It was never given to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's never going to come out and put 2004 on their fucking stadium. They're not going to do that. Why did Auburn do this? It's ridiculously stupid. It's the latest thing of, oh my God, Auburn really did this, right? And I don't have much else to say about this. I think it's moronic. I think it's stupid. The one good thing that I've seen out of Auburn, one of the very few good things, they finally retired Cam Newton's number. Number 2. Should have been retired years ago.
Everyone waits years and years to retire, college numbers, though.
Yeah, I know most people know this, but to put it in perspective, do you know how many other players on that team started a game in the NFL, or how many total starts there were?
It was like 2 or 3, right?
There's 1.
Wow.
Not one player that started a game, 1 total NFL start from all the other players on that team. And he took them to the Natty and they won. So I mean, crazy to look back on.
But that is now this whole national championship thing is what you get when you type in Auburn to your search bar. But there was also even funnier. I don't know about even funnier, but just as funny news. Hugh Freeze had a scrimmage yesterday, and then he had a press conference after. And he said, the offense didn't have any turnovers again. And there's been a kind of growing concern that the defensive players at Auburn have been told not to go after the quarterback and to basically let them complete throws that would be 50-50 balls. And you're hearing me say the quarterback or the quarterbacks, because despite Auburn having a ton of talent in the same room, they have no idea who they want to play yet. Jackson Arnold has not lived up to the expectations there, albeit, I don't think there were super high expectations going in there. And they also have Deuce Knight. Remind me who the third quarterback is.
Ashton something. He transferred from Stanford. He started at Stanford last year.
Yeah, Ashton Daniels from originally from Buford, Georgia. They've got all 3 of them, and it sounds like when they head to Waco next Friday, they're going to be willing to play all 3 of them.
Look,
that's what Hugh Freeze said.
It was taken out of context.
Okay.
The full quote, the full question, he basically was asked, like, what is your confidence in the quarterback room? Could all three play versus Baylor? Are you confident enough that all three could roll out there and start versus Baylor? He said yes. Jackson Arnold is a starter. Jackson Arnold is going to start versus Baylor. He's going to play the entire game versus Baylor unless he either gets hurt or throws 3 picks or something. That is what's going to happen. Trust me, I'm a Hugh Freeze hater. I hate him probably more than anyone else. I think he's stealing from Auburn, like with the level of football coach he is, the level of spin zone there is from him sometimes. And it still blows my mind that of all the possible candidates, they hired that guy. Because it only puts you deeper with the next coaching search. And, I mean, yes, again, that was taken out of context. But this whole Hugh Freeze experiment at Auburn has been a train wreck. And when he gets fired after this year, that roster is going to be picked apart. Why? Do you think any of those guys went there to play for Hugh Freeze or because they love Auburn so much? No. Maybe 10% of that roster did because they grew up Auburn fans. That is it. Cam Coleman, welcome to the open market. Malcolm Simmons, welcome to the open market. Like, all these guys are going to get rated and picked apart when he eventually gets fired, unless they can hit on a coach that can keep them there, like maybe a Fran Brown or I don't know who that guy is. John Summerall, I doubt they would make a hire like that. Like,
old boy at Satterfield, whatever his name is, at Silver something at Memphis. I like him a lot too.
Yeah, it's a big year for him though. First year without Hennigan, who's a 4-year starter. They also lost some dudes to the portal. But
yeah, just wanted to wrap our Auburn stuff up with. Yes, you're right, Jordan. Maybe I did take that out of context, and they're not going to play all 3 quarterbacks, but you're forgetting that they have a different play caller for each down.
Yeah,
so
9 possible
quarterbacks. Jackson Arnold might be the first down guy. Ashley Daniels is the second down guy, and Deuce Knight is the third down guy. I would just like to say, if we ever got that, Hugh Freeze would be absolved of all sins if we could get 3 different quarterbacks on the same drive designed that way. And it seems like, you're probably right. It's probably not going to happen. But Jackson Arnold could be real bad. Baylor's got some guys at defensive back. And that game could go a ton of different ways. It is one of the most important games of the year in my eyes, too.
Yeah, Baylor has a good defensive backfield. They've not played a receiver room like Auburn since I don't know when.
They played LSU in the bowl game, and they got completely torched. And all the defensive backs played. I believe Snacks Johnson was not able to play. He had some kind of personal issue, and he stepped up for them late in the season. But they got absolutely torched by all of LSU's backups.
Yeah,
bad.
So I'm curious what that'll look like. It doesn't matter if they're running 10 yards downfield if Jackson Arnold can't hit them.
Right.
So gonna go through some of these comments. Patrick asked what happened to the kids from Friday Night Tykes. Lucas Coley was a big one. Went to Cornerstone Christian, then Arkansas, then Houston. I think he's either in portal purgatory or he's at an FCS school. I don't know. Seth Alexander, pride of the East Side, Austin ISD's all-time leading rusher at Austin LBJ, and has been Vanderbilt starting running back since his true freshman year. He's going into year 3. It'll be his first game back in Austin when Vandy comes to town in November. And then the McCutcheons. Latrell McCutcheon, also at OBJ, started his career at OU, played 1 year there. Xavier Worthy, basically the OU Red River game where Xavier Worthy started off by going like 70 yards to the crib on that screen. That whole game was on McCutcheon. And the entire OU fan base turned on him to the point where once Lincoln Riley left, he followed him to USC, and that was a big reason why. Spent 2 years at USC and then transferred to Houston. Since it was his second transfer, he had to sit out. He had to sit out the 2023 season, but he played last year, and he's now in his final year of eligibility. And shout out to him. Really turned it around. He had a kid. I think mentally got a lot stronger and more focused. And I mean, he was, I think, second team All Big 12 in preseason going into this year. So excited to see him. And then his younger brother, Latravion McCutcheon, a.k.a. Trey. Also went to LBJ, linebacker, was committed to Minnesota originally. Just wanted to lock in a power 4 spot because no one power 4 was really sniffing at him. Baylor looked at him at the end of that 2023 cycle, and I begged them to offer him, begged them. They wouldn't do it. So he ended up at Houston, the Dana Holgerson staff, and he's still there. And I believe is expected to either start or be like the first linebacker off the bench. So those are all the guys I can remember. I know there's a few others.
Yeah.
But,
Drew Makuba. Did you mention Andrew Makuba was on one of the Austin teams? David Hicks and Ashton Porter, I believe, were on one of Houston's squads. And I think there was, I want to say Anthony Holmes, maybe another guy from South Houston. There were like 3 defensive linemen that have all. Ashton Porter, unfortunately, has not carved out that great of a career. And it's had, a number of personal issues since getting to Oregon. But I believe is expected to get some playing time this year. And David Hicks, complete make or break year for him at A&M. Truly someone that could go from, I think his ceiling is a 10-sack season where he creeps into, the late first, early second round of the NFL draft. And we could also be seeing a year where he's buried on the A&M depth chart next year and has to transfer. There are a ton of different ways. The talent is there with him. He was
light bulb needs to come on.
A physical freak in high school, and he's gotten even bigger. Just towers over everyone, and still one of the best defensive linemen I've ever seen in high school football.
Yeah, he when I was in College Station for the state tournament and got dinner with someone with the A&M program, they told me he's like 10, 15 pounds overweight, or at least was at the end of June. So I'm very curious to see how he does this year. Big financial package, so he has to play, and he's either starting or is in the second rotation or first rotation.
I believe he's starting, yeah.
So,
anything you want to get to here, Jordan?
Sorry, I'm looking at some of these comments.
Oh, I've got what you got. Oh,
this one. Naaman Roberts said, I'm not overly impressed with Jeremiah Smith out of Ohio State. We really had better numbers as a freshman in only 12 games and being the only true weapon for his team. Well, there's your answer. He was the only true weapon for his team. Do you know how many NFL players are in the receiver room at Ohio State that he has to split carries with? He broke every single Ohio State freshman receiving record that most of them were held by Chris Carter. And he did it before the end of the regular season. He didn't even need the playoff games or postseason games. He didn't need that. I don't know how you can say this. I think Ohio State is both the best offensive and defensive players in college football, and Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs. We'll see. Yes, Texas had a great game plan, and they held him to 1 catch for 2 yards. But hey, when you have other difference makers on a team, sometimes one of them can have a day off, and you still win the ball game, just like Ohio State did. So, he's a top 5 NFL draft pick in 2 years. There's no question about it. He's the most dominant freshman receiver since I don't know who, and is without very easy to look at and say, yeah, he's going to play 10 years in the NFL. And I know people don't want to hear that as a Texas fan or the Texas fans that are listening, but Jeremiah Smith is the real deal. And I can't stress that enough. This Derek Venata, the 04 USC team that would have train wrecked Auburn. Agree with you on that. Auburn going full Aggie. Great point too. Everyone's talking about Auburn, and this year it's the year make or break Hugh Freeze. They haven't won 6 or more than 6 games since 2019. Still crazy. It is some UCF shit that Auburn did. They should get clowned the exact same way, and they kind of.
But UCF shouldn't get clowned for it. They did it the right way. They won a big ball game against a Power 4 team. And now that Frost is back, it makes even more sense. Give them some hope, And shout out to Latavius Murray, who recently retired from the NFL and is now leading, or part of it, not leading, but part of the coverage at 24/7 Sports for UCF. We work with them, so.
Yeah. All right, this will be the last one. David Keith Williams said, over the past week, Isaiah Williams has decommitted and verbally committed for the 6th time. Has that been the most recruiting decommitments you both have ever seen? Also, do you see him decommitting again? Do you think he sticks with Florida State?
I think we talked about this on the show a few weeks ago, guys that we could think of that, flipped their commitments 5 times. I mentioned one, Randy Masters, out of, a few different high schools in Houston. Ended up at Yates. I think he started out I want to say he played a year at Chow Creek. Was just completely all over the place. Committed to Michigan, committed to Cincy, another school that was better than both of those, and then ended up at UNLV, and I believe did not take the flight. Like when he was supposed to report to campus, he just didn't show up, and showed up like a couple months later after just kind of hanging out, missed his classes and everything, and I don't think he ever ended up playing college football. Just a wild story. As a guy that I'm almost 100% sure was a blue chipper in our top 247 in 2022, and college career completely fizzled out, before it even started.
Yeah, my commitment, decommitment goat has to be Quay Davis. Absolutely horrible human being. The things that have come out about him are not good. They were, unfortunately, very other similar things he did in high school that just went unreported because he was a minor at the time. But his junior year highlights, I mean, holy hell. Holy hell. At Dallas Skyline, his recruitment, SMU was his first offer. He committed the day he got offered by them. Then Texas offered. He flipped to Texas, stayed committed for a while. The Sark staff gets hired. They drop him because he's doing some Quay Davis shit. He ends up at USC. Clay Helton, USC. Eventually, they drop him because he has like a -6 GPA and can't get into the school. And the like courses, GPA, all that was so bad, the USC couldn't even finesse him in, like schools always figure out a way to do. So then he ends up at Kansas. Les Miles, Kansas. Like the 3 months he was there, they took him. He signs there, and then like a week after he signs, his girlfriend, who I'm pretty sure was pregnant with his baby. I don't know if they were girlfriend or boyfriend. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure she's pregnant. Post photos of her face all beaten up, and they drop him. He disappears off the internet for like 6 months, and then out of nowhere, he posts a Jackson State commitment edit to go play for Deion Sanders. It gets widely reported by Jackson State media that he's going to be redshirting. It was basically a suspension. Didn't play year one, and then year two played sparingly. Deion leaves for Colorado State after his second year, after Quay Davis' second year at Jackson State. He posts, I'm going with him. I'm going up to Colorado with him. And they never brought him to Colorado. He ended up at Texas Southern and then went in the portal. I don't think he's found a home. So, yeah, that's the Quay Davis story. But as far as Isaiah Williams goes, there's no bone in my body that's dumb enough to say he's going to sign with Florida State. He probably will, but I'm not ruling out another decommitment as his history has shown.
I'll tell you what, Syracuse has a good season. He's going to end up right back there. And when Fran Brown, if they have a good year, he'll get a job. And then he'll flip again because he'll flip to Auburn or Mississippi State or whoever, Fran Brown ends up coaching for. We got to get out of here. But before we leave, just wanted to say we're not going to pull the whole thing up. It's a 4-minute video. But went kind of viral yesterday. The Terry Crews School of Acting for Athletes, a new ad campaign from Sonic that features Colin Simmons, Ryan Wingo, Michael Taff, as well as Marcel Reed and Ruben Owens from A&M. The best NIL commercial I've ever seen. Just beats out the Dakotas Crawford, the coldest AC one. This is a great watch. There's some really great stuff from Colin Simmons, and some really deep, meaningful stuff from Michael Taff. So give it a look.
All right, I'll check that out. Up next, our friends at the Voice of College Football give their official predictions for the Longhorns in 2025 and talk about the biggest stories from fall camp. Will and I will be back on the show tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. Up next is Chip and Zay at 2 p.m. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And, hey, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Y'all have a great Tuesday. Peace.